Good morning and welcome to the 35th meeting of the Rural Affairs and Islands Committee in 2025. Before we begin, can I ask everyone to ensure that their electronic devices are switched to silent? This morning, Rhoda Grant will be joining us remotely. So our remaining item on the agenda today is consideration of Natural Environment Scotland Bill at Stage 2. We have quite a few groupings still to get through, so can I ask everyone to be as succinct as possible when speaking to their amendments. And I welcome Jim Fairley, the Minister for Agriculture, Connectivity, who is supported by the Scottish Government officials, and can I welcome other members who are joining us in Stage 2 this morning. Officials seated at the table are here to support the Minister, but are not permitted to speak in the debates on amendments. As we have a member participating remotely, I'll briefly explain the procedure for hybrid Stage 2. So if at any stage we lose connection, I will suspend proceedings. Rhoda Grant's camera will be kept on at all times, and Ms Grant should raise her hand at the appropriate time for each vote. So I now call Amendment 321 in the name of Tim Eagle, grouped with Amendments 252, 322, 323, 75, 254 and 255. Tim Eagle to move Amendment 321 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you and good morning, Convener. As you've suggested, I'll try and be a little bit brief with not just my notes, but I won't speak very much to others. Section 33 of the bill, as currently drafted, removes the repeal of licences to deal in venison. My Amendment 321 would enable Scottish ministers to repeal the venison dealer's licence by regulation at a time of their choosing. I believe that by making this an enabling power, there will be sufficient time for the NatureScot app to be integrated to the Register of Authorised Persons, which would make the venison's dealer's licence surplus to requirements. My Amendment 252 deletes the entirety of Section 33, and my Amendment 322 and 323 instead give ministers the power to repeal the venison dealer's licence by regulation at a time of their proving. It's essential for food safety that there is appropriate continuing oversight and traceability in respect to venison intended for human consumption. Just briefly touching on other amendments in the group, fully support Rhoda Grant MSP's Amendment 75 and my colleague Rachel Hamilton's MSP's Amendments 254 and 255, which seeks to add a venison action plan to the bill, and strongly support others supporting those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you move Amendment 321?
Moved.
Thank you. I now call Rhoda Grant to speak to Amendment 75 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 75 seeks to set up a venison action plan. We need to better control deer numbers, and this bill seeks to improve deer control. Better control should lead to more venison being available to enter the food chain. Deer need to be managed in a way that allows that venison to be used. We have excellent initiatives in Jura and elsewhere that seek to give communities access to venison. This amendment therefore seeks to initiate a venison action plan to ensure venison is not wasted and becomes a healthy inclusion to our diet.
Thank you. Rachel Hamilton to speak to Amendment 254 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 254 requires ministers to introduce a venison action plan which sets out what action Scottish ministers will take to ensure public bodies regularly offer venison as a meal. A number of FOIs that the Scottish Conservatives did actually looked at the number of universities and public institutions that were serving venison, and they were few and far between. It also includes an onus on ministers to take action to remove barriers to demand and supply, and currently there is no requirement for public bodies to use venison, and uptake across local authorities and health boards is minimal. Only one local authority serves venison in schools, and no health board offers it to patients. This is despite venison being a good source of micronutrient, high in protein, locally sourced, and its increased use helping to manage Scotland's growing deer population. This action plan will help introduce measures to support supplies, grow the rural economy and improve distribution so venison can be served in hospitals, schools and other public sector catering establishments. Likewise, Amendment 255 requires ministers to introduce a venison action plan which sets out how deer larders, butchery facilities and distributors can be best utilised to maximise the amount of venison available for human consumption. This amendment is very similar to Amendment 75 in the name of Rhoda Grant, but my amendment introduces a requirement for ministers to review the current processing capacity and outline action to increase the number and capacity to strengthen the industry and promote Scotland's venison supply, which I know the Scottish Government is very supportive of. Last month, I met Lauren Houston of Glenkirrie Larder and Cook School at an agri-tourism round table. With funding from the Cairngorms 2030 programme and support from the National Lottery Heritage Fund, Lauren and her husband Andrew have donated 775 kilograms of venison to 26 schools, nurseries and children events from their family farm near Blairgowrie. Lauren rightly believes that our young people deserve good food on the table and that venison is an option that should be on the school menu. Grassroots enterprises like Lauren's are leading the way to put venison on plates across Scotland, but they shouldn't have to do it alone. Together, Amendments 254 and 255 ensure that we both have the supply of venison through improved processing capacity, but also the demand of venison through the encouragement of public procurement, which accounts for more than 130 million of food spent in Scotland annually. To close my remarks for this group, I'd like to read part of a poem written by Lauren called Care of Glenshee. I come from rolling hills and arable land. I'd never seen anything so vast, so grand. Glen of Fairies, a magical sight, Heather Hill and Rocky Face, grouse nesting and hares who race, stags roaring in lapwing overhead, oysters catchers in the brush, roe deer in a speedy rush, kites and buzzards fly above in a landscape that they love. Glenshee may look wild and free. This is untrue, I hope you can see. The balance here not by chance. It is work of hand, not happenstance. Protection that often goes unseen. Keepers brave the dark of night, while you lie in your bed, cosy and light. The farmer who works all hours of the day for satisfaction, tradition, for little pay, constantly told they harm not care, but in the same breath, people shout of the beauty everywhere. Managed well, and land will thrive. It's farmers and keepers who keep this glen alive. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you for that bit of culture. I'm just glad it didn't go to a tune. Might just have been a bit early to have a song. Thank you, Ms Hamilton. Any other members? No, Minister.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'll go straight into it. We've got a lot to get through, so I'll be as brief as I possibly can. On Amendments 321 and 252, I fundamentally disagree with the members' intentions to prevent the repeal of the venison dealer's licence in this bill. Time and again in Parliament we have heard how important it is to raise the profile of venison, as so eloquently done by Ms Hamilton just now and through Lauren's fine words. So if we're going to raise the profile of venison, then the venison dealer licence is acting as a barrier to that goal. For a start, the price of a licence varies significantly across local authorities. It's preventing locally sourced venison being consumed in local communities, hotels, pubs and restaurants. In addition to this, it makes no sense to me that we can allow other wild game such as pheasant and rabbit to be dealt with without a licence, yet we still require a costly licence for venison. I think it's entirely suitable for venison to follow the same protocols as other wild game. So I want to increase its availability while maintaining the high food standards that we would expect. Ultimately, the venison dealer's licence is no longer fit for purpose. It's for these reasons I would urge members to oppose Amendments 321 and 252. Turning to Amendments 322 and 323, both amendments seek to introduce a power for Scottish ministers to repeal Section 33 of the Dear Scotland Act by regulation rather than through primary legislation. Amendment 322 goes further and adds conditions requiring ministers to be satisfied that alternative arrangements for data collection are in place and effective before repealing Section 33. I understand these amendments stem from concerns raised by the committee about traceability and monitoring of venison and its recommendation to delay the repeal of the venison dealer's licence provision until the Nature Scot DRAP is in place. However, I think it would also be remiss of the committee not to remember that when the committee met with practitioners during stage 1 of the bill, the current licensing system for venison dealers was criticised as being ineffective. It's also important to be clear that the venison dealer's licence does not function as a national data collection tool. In addition to this, Food Standards Scotland has confirmed that traceability of wild venison can be maintained through the existing food safety and hygiene legislation, which applies to all meat and wild game. If these reservations remain, we do not need to commence the repeal of the venison dealer's licence immediately, and we will work with Nature Scot on the timing, on the correct timing for doing that. So the venison dealer's licence is outdated and acts as a barrier to increasing venison supply and supporting local communities. So for these reasons, I believe both these amendments are unnecessary and they risk delaying the removal of a system that is no longer fit for purpose. So I'd ask members not to oppose amendments 322 and 323. Finally, on amendments 75, 254 and 255, which seek to make better use of venison. As I've said many times, that is a subject which I feel very strongly about as well. And while these amendments are very well intentioned, I think it's critical we look at deer management as a whole when creating action plans. Ms Grant set out during stage 1 evidence session that she felt it's important that we do it, i.e. manage deer, properly and do not waste the venison that is created from the cull of deer. I absolutely agree with that sentiment. Now, we are taking forward various strands of work on venison, including looking at how we can learn from the Wild Deer Venison project, which was referenced, where products have been distributed into schools. However, creating standalone plans focused solely on the venison risks overlooking the wider objectives and the need for integrated solutions. So that's why I supported the creation of a national deer management plan, which we heard about during the discussion on Amendment 246. And I think that will be capable of addressing the issues raised by Amendments 75, 254 and 255. So I'd like to invite Ms Grant and Ms Hamlin to work with Mr Ruskell and I to develop a proposal for an amendment on a national deer management plan as it develops ahead of stage 3 of the bill. So I therefore ask members not to press those amendments, and if they are, then I would ask the committee. I will, yeah.
Thank Jim Fairley for taking the amendment. Will the deer management plan have a specific reference to a kind of a review or an action plan to address the fact that since 1990, we've seen double the amount of deer. We've now got 1 million deer in Scotland, and that a lot of that, as we heard from Edward Mountain last week, is going to waste. I mean, I know that you are highly tuned into the fact that we do need to be utilising venison, and I do find it regrettable because it's such a good protein, it's so lean that public institutions are not putting it on the menu.
I will absolutely concur that as we start to develop this deer action plan, then venison will be very much part of the process. I think I've said a number of times in this committee and in other stakeholder engagements, we should stop talking about culling deer and start talking about harvesting a product. And that, to me, the two go absolutely hand in hand. So as we start to develop this, the National Action Plan for deer, then it has to be with venison at the very heart of it. So yes, I would concur that that's what I would be looking to do. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Minister. Tim Eagle to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 321.
No more to add, but we'll press Amendment 321.
Thank you. And the question is that Amendment 321 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be division. Those in favour of the amendment, raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 252 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 321. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment... Not moved. I now put the question on Section 33. The question is that Section 33 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 322 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 321. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 323 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 321. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved. That's
not been moved, so won't be considered. I call Amendment 74 in the name of the Minister, grouped with Amendment 253. Minister, to move Amendment 74 and speak to both amendments in the group.
Is this group 30? Yeah. Apologies, Convener. I lost track there. There we go. Thank you, Convener. At stage 1 of this bill brought forward a range of views from stakeholders, members and the committee, particularly around the long-term impact and effectiveness of the proposed changes to deer management. I want to acknowledge those concerns and provide reassurance that the Scottish Government is listening And my Amendment 74 introduces a review mechanism in relation to the operation and the effectiveness of the modifications made to the Dear Scotland Act 1996 by Part 4 of the Bill. And it places a statutory duty on Scottish ministers to prepare and publish this report within 10 years of the relevant provisions coming into force. Importantly, the review will be measured against three objectives. The first is protecting and restoring Scotland's natural heritage environment. Second is achieving the aims and purposes of the deer management as set out in Section 1 of the 1996 Act and improving the standard of welfare for deer. The amendment also ensures that a review process is inclusive. The ministers will be required to consult NatureScot and other persons the ministers consider appropriate. That will include landowners, land managers and other relevant stakeholders, or at least it should. The report must include a statement of any action the Scottish ministers intend to take or where no action is proposed and, as importantly, the reasons why. Finally, the report will be laid before the Scottish Parliament, ensuring transparency and accountability. And the amendment strengthens the bill by embedding a clear commitment to review and to reflect. It ensures that the deer management provisions are not only implemented but monitored for their operation and their effectiveness. So for these reasons, I would encourage members to support Amendment 74, and I move 74 in my name.
Thank you, Minister. Tim Eagle to speak to Amendment 253 and other amendments in the group.
My Amendment 253 would allow a review of the Bill's Sections 13, 14, 15 and 16 powers after 5 years. I believe that Sections 13 to 16, which are ultimately new powers, building on those in the Dear Scotland Act 1996, should be re-evaluated to measure whether they have been utilised or been effective. This amendment is supported by BASC, who believe the bill must be subject to review every 5 years to evaluate the powers. Thank you.
Any other members? No. Minister, to wind up.
Yeah, okay. Convener, thank you. On Amendment 253, whilst well-intentioned, I think there's a fundamental flaw to Mr Eagle's amendment. The provision in the bill will not be commenced in unison, and the approach will be staggered, and therefore it's unclear as to when a 5-year review period starts to run from. In addition to this, I've set out in my Amendment 74, my proposed review will look further than just at sections 13 to 16 of the bill. It will also look at all the modifications that have been made to the Dear Scotland Act in 1996. So I'd be happy to work with Mr Eagle on my proposed review mechanism for the operation and effectiveness of the modifications made by the Dear Scotland Act by Part 4 of the bill. However, based on what I've said today, I would ask that the member not press this amendment, and if he does press it, I'd ask members to oppose it.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 74 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 253 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 74. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I will now suspend the meeting to allow a changeover in witnesses. I suspend the meeting. Amendment 11 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. And can I point out that Amendment 304A and 304B are direct alternatives. That is, they can both be moved and decided on, the text of whichever is the last agreed to is what will appear in the bill. Mercedes Villalba to move Amendment 11 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you. Good morning, Convener. Let me start by moving Amendment 11 and thanking the Royal Society of Edinburgh and the Parliament's legislation team for their support in drafting these amendments. I've got 17 amendments in this group covering 3 areas: deer overgrazing, urban afforestation and sustainable forestry, but all of them are inspired by the RSE's inquiry into public financial support for tree planting and forestry, which concluded that, and I'll quote, "Subsidising commercial conifer planting is not justified, and the potential for the forestry sector to deliver multiple benefits has not been fully realised." So with this in mind, I've brought forward these amendments to probe areas which the RSE report found would benefit from Scottish Government intervention. So firstly, on the issue of deer grazing, my Amendment 11 seeks to address the environmental damage caused by the overgrazing of deer while protecting other wildlife habitats. The RSE report identified the concern of, I'll quote again, expensive fencing around planted areas resulting in red deer being displaced to adjoining areas where browsing and grazing pressures then increase, together with capercaillie and black grouse mortality caused by collisions with fences. Put simply, deer fencing is expensive, and while those who can afford it are able to erect it, this simply moves the problem of deer overgrazing to areas without fencing, without actually addressing the problem itself of unsustainable deer numbers, and at the same time poses a risk to wildlife which may become trapped or injured in the fencing. Now, if the Cabinet Secretary believes that there are unintended consequences with this amendment, I'm sure she'll explain these, but I would also ask that she outlines how the Scottish Government will address the heart of the issue moving forward, so how it will support those without deer fencing whose plots adjoin areas with fencing to control deer numbers on their land, because as I'm sure she will agree, deer overgrazing is a national concern that no landowner or tenant should be left to shoulder alone. Sure.
Thank you for giving way. I just wonder if the member appreciates that deer fencing is not selective, and that it's actually equally important for the establishment of new native woodland, as well as protecting non-spruce species. So it's as equally important to native woodland as to commercial conifer planting.
Yes, happy to agree with the member on that point. As I said, this amendment is about the risk of displacing the problem rather than actually tackling it. It's not saying that all deer fencing is a problem in and of itself, but that alone, without other measures, it can exacerbate existing problems. So I'll move next on to the topic of urban afforestation. Amendment 13 seeks to introduce requirements for Scottish Forestry to partner with local authorities to plant urban trees in towns and cities, for example in streets, squares, parks and other local authority-owned land. Again, these amendments come from recommendations in RSE's inquiry that, firstly, Scottish Forestry should provide targeted grants to local authorities to plant trees in existing urban locations, and secondly, that local authorities should require all new built developments with road frontages to incorporate trees in the road or on their frontages. Scottish Environment Link, as well as the Royal Society of Edinburgh, have highlighted the positive social, economic and environmental impacts of these spaces, particularly how they promote good air quality in urban areas. Beyond the benefits to us, urban afforestation is vital in ensuring species connectivity and flood management. Again, this is a probing amendment, and what I'm keen to hear from the Cabinet Secretary is what partnership working may already be in place between Scottish Forestry and local authorities, and how any best practice is being promoted across the country to encourage more of this joined-up working. I'll now move on to sustainable forestry. So as the RSE's report highlighted, 61% of Scotland's coniferous woodland comprises Sitka spruce. Therefore, at the heart of this set of amendments is an attempt to shift the balance towards native tree planting. For each area of amendment, I've brought forward 2 options to amend the Forestry and Land Management Scotland Act 2018, either in Section 11 or after Section 11. I'm not going to go through every amendment in detail, just in the interest of time, but I can take questions on specific amendments. But broadly, what they do is they seek to increase instances of mixed native broadleaf planting, incorporating shrub cover, improving biodiversity, creating mixed native woodlands, ensuring that any public financial support is going to schemes that improve biodiversity and increase native woodland planting. So they're to that effect. There's also some amendments which the convener highlighted at the start, 304A and 304B. So all of these 304 and the amendments amending that amendment seek to require an environmental impact assessment to be completed before any public funding can be used for tree planting, and this would apply to land greater than 50 hectares or above. The cumulative area of land held by the person receiving support would be 50 hectares or above if adjoined or adjacent to existing land held by the person receiving support. Support is being provided for the same activity across the cumulative landholding. And within this, there are provisions for sensitive areas relating to heritage and conservation. And then where each of these amendments differ is in relation to deep peat soil. So the RSE has been proactive in highlighting the role of peat soil in sequestering carbon. Globally, soils contain 3 times more carbon than vegetation does, particularly when the soil is peaty. So each of these amendments recognise this and are attempting to see deep peat soil be considered in environmental impact assessments. However, 304 specifies 30 centimetres in thickness, 304A specifies 50 centimetres, and 304B specifies 40 centimetres. So 30 centimetres is, of course, my preference. It would be incredibly beneficial, but there are other options there to be considered. And to conclude then, convener, that the findings of the RSE's inquiry into public financial support for tree planting and forestry are stark. Based on the evidence, the report concludes that subsidising commercial conifer planting isn't justified, and the potential for the forestry sector to deliver multiple benefits hasn't been fully realised. Now, clearly, although work may be being done in this area, it's neither successful nor efficient enough for the scale of the challenge that we face. So I'll be very keen to hear from the Cabinet Secretary what the Government's response is to these amendments before I decide whether to move each of them. But based on these findings, at the very least, I feel that there is grounds for the Scottish Government to carry out its own inquiry into the issues that were highlighted in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Ruskell to speak to Amendment 78 and other amendments in the group.
Yeah, thanks very much, convener. So I'm moving these 2 amendments on behalf of Ariane Burgess. So 78 would establish a consultation requirement with communities in relation to new forestry. It's very similar to an amendment which Ariane Burgess moved at stage 2 of the Agriculture and Rural Communities Act. It is informed, like Mercedes Villalba's amendments, by the recommendations from the RSE, who've called for forestry applications to be subject to more EIAs, which include that important public consultation element. So this amendment increases the consultation requirements without actually requiring a full EIA to be conducted. Amendment 79 would bar Scottish ministers from providing and approving public funding for deer fencing, including any ongoing maintenance of existing funding. And this draws on the report from the John Muir Trust, where they raised concerns about the proportion of forestry payments which are supporting deer fencing as opposed to other deer population control measures. And their argument is that the current funding model is an inefficient use of taxpayers' money and is not a long-term strategy for increasing nature restoration. The funding for deer fencing concentrates deer density on unfenced land, and moving to a natural regeneration approach would focus controlling deer populations to lower densities and allow that more natural, effective woodland restoration. And it's argued it also creates healthier environments at a landscape scale by allowing that free movement of other wildlife as well. So I'll leave my comments there, convener.
Thank you. Any other members? Tim Eagle.
Just quickly, can I touch on some of Mercedes Villalba's amendments, if that's okay? In terms of 13, my worry with that in terms of urban areas, I'm sympathetic to that actually, but my understanding is through the Scottish planning system at the moment that in any new development, actually tree planting is a big part of that. And I'd like to see that progress forward, and I do look forward to hearing from the Cabinet Secretary on that. On Amendment 80, the removal, which would require removal of seed outside new woodland, all trees seed, and that can spread beyond the area being planted by wind and any other means, it is impractical to try and regulate that activity in this way. Better to ask Scottish Forestry to work with the sector to establish the issue, to establish what the issue is and the actions that can usefully be undertaken. But my main concern comes with 88, which was, if I'm right, the removal of financial assistance for the exotic conifer species. Now, that would include Sitka spruce, which is obviously an incredibly important species for Scotland. The amendment for me would result in the loss of thousands of jobs in the coming years and make Scotland reliant on timber imports. And I don't think any of us really want that. And all the biodiversity consequences that would potentially have on other parts of the world. The timber market is dominated by softwood from conifers, and Scotland's only native conifer is the Scots pine, which can only be grown commercially in limited sites in the east of Scotland. The amendment will also completely undermine the role that woodland creation can play in sequestering carbon for Scotland's 2045 net zero target, as only fast-growing conifers will sequester carbon in that time. This amendment for me also ignores Nature Scott's own evidence that these forests are one of only a few habitats that have shown improvement in biodiversity this century, including providing home for many iconic species such as the red squirrel and white-tailed eagle. Thank you.
Mr Eagle. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Convener. I think just to say from the outset in relation to, I think, quite a few amendments from Mercedes Villalba in this group, I agree with many of the points of principle behind the amendments and happy to pick up conversations afterwards between ahead of stage 3 so that we can discuss how to take some of those matters forward. But there are a few issues with some of the amendments in particular, and I think turning to Amendment 11, first of all, again, I think I would agree with the principle behind what Mercedes Villalba is trying to achieve with this, and it's about how we actually deal with the root cause of the problem. However, I think if the amendment has the effect that it appears to seek, it would actually increase the complexity and bureaucracy of new forestry projects, and it would also see a duplication of some of the existing processes that are carried out by Scottish Forestry, where deer management planning and assessing the landscape impact of deer fencing is an intrinsic part of planning forestry projects funded through the Forestry Grant Scheme. And the amendment as written also doesn't define what characteristics distinguish a deer fence from any other type of fence, which is important because it wouldn't apply to a fence of similar dimensions erected for any other purpose. But I think the main flaw with this amendment, though, is that it fails to address the fact that there are more general permitted development rights which allow the erection of any fence or enclosure for any purpose, which wouldn't be affected by this amendment. And on top of that, I think any amendments that we would be seeking to make to permitted development rights would be more appropriately made via statutory instrument informed by a period of public consultation, I think, rather than using the primary legislation route. But in saying that, I'm happy to discuss how we might address this ahead of stage 3. So I would ask Mercedes Villalba not to press this amendment. On Amendment 13, we recognise the vital role that trees and woodlands play in enhancing urban communities. And we've supported and continue to support urban woodlands through the Forestry Grant Scheme, and we also fund partnership initiatives such as the Forth, Clyde and Fife climate forests, and we are committed to exploring how best to align our collective resources and funding to really try and support that important work of planting more trees across our towns and cities. So with so much work underway in this area already, I do think this amendment is unnecessary, but again, if Mercedes Villalba is content to withdraw the amendment, I'd be happy to meet her to discuss how best we can support this important area of work. Now, Amendment 78, in the name of Ariane Burgess, again, as Mark Ruskell has highlighted, is the same amendment that was brought through during stages 2 and 3 of the ARC Act. And the amendments weren't accepted then, and pretty much essentially the reasoning that I provided at that time still stands today, given that forestry support provided under the 2024 Act extends far beyond woodland creation alone. This amendment would result in an unreasonable duty being placed on Scottish ministers. So the current Forestry Grant Scheme was subject to public consultation and developed following direct stakeholder engagement, and those same principles will apply as forestry support is developed under the powers in the 2024 Act. And Scottish Forestry are also currently working to improve and strengthen community engagement in forestry decision making and to ensure that the application processes for forestry support and regulatory approval are aligned with the principles of the Land Rights and Responsibilities Statement and associated guidance. So I would therefore ask that this amendment is not pressed. Now, on Amendment 79, As I've already mentioned regarding Amendment 11, I think the impact of deer populations on our natural environment is an issue, and I agree again with the principle that we should deal with the cause and not the symptom. Now, this issue is already being explored by Scottish Forestry and NatureScot to see how future forestry support can be targeted to reducing deer numbers rather than just erecting fences. But this amendment fails to take account of the fact that landscape-scale deer management is a complex cross-ownership issue that is going to take time to resolve. So cutting off funding for deer fencing risks the establishment of new woodlands and natural regeneration and could result in a swing towards planting that's less palatable, more browsing-tolerant species such as Sitka spruce, which I don't think Ariane Burgess or others would appreciate. So the amendment would also disadvantage tenant farmers, small landholders and crofters because it will not prevent deer from spreading onto tenanted land. So for all those reasons, I would ask that this amendment is not pressed today or that the committee does not support it if so. Now, turning to amendments 80, 84, 85, 86, alongside 158, 161, 163 and 164. But I'll consider these together because they are almost identical in effect and differ only slightly in terms of the wording that's used. These amendments seek to put additional duties on ministers to impose conditions on or refuse planting schemes submitted for approval where there is a risk of invasive tree seed spread, in particular from commercial forestry. Now, one amendment, 163, seeks to impose a requirement to remove non-native tree seed spread from adjacent land and for Scottish ministers to assess the risk of seed spread and implement measures to prevent their spread. Now, not all natural regeneration onto adjacent land presents equally, and the type of land and its use will determine its suitability, and any interventions need to be context and site-specific, which these amendments don't take into account. However, I am aware of the negative impacts that tree regeneration can have on sensitive habitats, such as peatlands, but this is a legacy issue too, and these amendments only relate to new woodlands. The issue of unwanted tree regeneration pertains mostly to legacy issues from forests designed and planted prior to the introduction of the UK Forestry Standard. So focusing on new woodland creation would have little impact on some of those legacy issues that we've seen, and in particular the issues that we are seeing now on peatland. Amendments 80 and 163 also pose a significant legal implication with land access rights too. Scottish ministers do not currently have power of entry onto land for these purposes, so setting a condition within an approval for a planting scheme which requires accessing neighbouring land to remove tree seedlings without adequate powers of entry is unrealistic and likely to cause disputes. So I would be happy to discuss how we might address the principle of these amendments between stages 2 and 3 to ensure that they can be addressed effectively and proportionately. So I would ask that Mercedes Villalba doesn't press them to allow that discussion to take place. On amendments 81, 82, 83, 159, 160 and 162, I want to first reassure Mercedes Villalba that the requirements that she's seeking through these amendments are already in place and reflected in daily practice within the forestry sector. The amendments seek to change the Forestry and Land Management Scotland Act 2018 by introducing measures to increase native woodland and biodiversity. However, these amendments are already covered by the UK Forestry Standard, and as I mentioned before, Scottish ministers have a statutory duty under the 2018 Act to promote sustainable forestry management. So, therefore, Scottish Forestry and Forestry and Land Scotland must comply with the UK Forestry Standard at all times. So this makes legislative changes unnecessary. And keeping these requirements in the Forestry Standard rather than primary legislation also means that we have that flexibility to reflect any scientific advances and also to reflect site-specific conditions too. Now, the approach enables land managers to deliver measures where they best support ecological coherence rather than applying rigid specifications elsewhere. So, again, I'd be happy to discuss how we might address the principles of these amendments at stage 3, and again would ask Mercedes Villalba not to press these amendments. Amendment 87. I agree with the principle behind this amendment too, but however, this amendment isn't necessary because the outcomes that it's seeking are already supported through the Forestry Grant Scheme, which functions under retained EU law. So this amendment would therefore place a duty on ministers to duplicate existing support mechanisms, which of course would be needlessly complex and expensive. Amendment 88 further seeks to amend the 2018 Act's financial support to prohibit the funding of exotic conifer plantations. Now, I appreciate the concern that had been raised by Tim Eagle in relation to that, but There are currently no payments or grants available under the 2018 Act for the creation or expansion of plantations, but that's not to say that it might not be used that way in future. But just in September, we had published a new list of productive tree species, and that was developed through extensive collaboration between Scottish Forestry, Forestry Research and a wide range of partners too. And ultimately, an amendment of this type would actually disincentivise the use of almost every conifer species that is on that new list. So this amendment is problematic in that it could restrict the species used in future plantation forests in Scotland. That could ultimately have the effect of limiting the diversity of Scotland's forests, decreasing their resilience and negatively affecting their adaptability to climate change. So with all that in mind, I would ask Mercedes Villalba not to press these amendments, or if moved, that the committee doesn't support them. Amendments 304, 304A and 304B are similar to Amendment 58, which had been discussed in Group 6. However, these amendments go even further, applying to all publicly funded woodland creation, not just conifers, and so they would make an even greater number of forestry projects more expensive and unreasonably bureaucratic, particularly the expansion and natural regeneration of native woodlands too. So this would ultimately result in a two-tier system because it only applies to publicly funded woodland creation. So this means that publicly funded projects, such as many farm, croft and community woodlands, would be subject to more onerous administrative and financial requirements than woodland creation that had been funded through private investment. I think there is also this perception that due to the low number of EIAs carried out each year, somehow the process is failing. However, I've already pointed out during the development of what is the now ARC Act that the opposite is true. Hundreds of projects are screened under the regulations each year, but due to the hard work that's put in ahead of submission, most schemes are well designed to mitigate the environmental risks before they're then screened. This responsible due diligence by land managers and their agents ahead of regulatory engagement is ultimately, I think, what we would all want to see. All new planting schemes in Scotland that exceed 20 hectares are already subject to a screening assessment under the Forestry Environmental Impact Assessment Scotland Regulations 2017. There are also strict thresholds set out in regulations where, particularly in sensitive areas, EIA screening is always required. The cumulative aspect of this amendment would also disproportionately affect native woodland expansion because small native plantings or natural regeneration used to expand existing native woodlands could then trigger that threshold, even down to the smallest project sizes. And I would also want to point out that Amendment 304A lists deep peat as being 50 centimetres, which is the depth used within the UK forestry standard by Nature Scot and within the National Planning Framework. So ultimately, I remain satisfied that the current EIA process is sufficiently robust, and for these reasons I strongly oppose this amendment, and I would ask Mercedes Villalba not to press it, and if it is pressed, I would ask members not to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Mercedes Villalba to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 11.
Thank you, Convener. Can I start by thanking the Cabinet Secretary for her detailed response to my amendments in this group. As I said in my opening remarks, it may be that some of the work that my amendments seek to bring about is already being undertaken, or at least is possible within the current legislative landscape. However, as the RSC's inquiry has shown, it's not at the scale or effectiveness that we need to get to tackle the escalating challenges presented by the climate emergency. So I very much welcome the Cabinet Secretary's positive response, acknowledging some of these issues and committing to further discussions with myself and other members ahead of Stage 3. And as there does seem to be cross-party agreement between the Government, myself and other members of our commitment to address these issues in a way that will benefit not only the people of Scotland, but also our natural environment and our wider contribution to global biodiversity. So on that basis, I'd like to seek to withdraw Amendment 11, given that the Cabinet Secretary has committed to discussions with me ahead of Stage 3. And likewise, I won't move my other amendments in this group on that same basis, that I've had the offer to meet with the Cab Sec to discuss principles behind them, so that these complex issues can be addressed in a sustainable way. Thank you.
The member has indicated that they wish to withdraw the amendment. Does any member object? No. Thank you. I call Amendment 75 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 321. Rhoda Grant, to move or not move?
Not move.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 254 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, already debated with Amendment 321. Rachel Hamilton, to move or not move?
On the basis of what the Minister said, not moved.
Thank you. That's not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 255 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, already debated with Amendment 321. Rachel Hamilton, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That's not been moved, so won't be considered. I call Amendment 333 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 132. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 333 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 3 for, 6 against, no abstention. The amendment therefore has not been agreed. I call Amendment 12 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 54. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 13 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 11. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I will now suspend the meeting for 5 minutes to allow for a changeover in witnesses. Thank you. I now call Amendment 17 in the name of Sarah Boyack, grouped with amendments as shown in the grouping. Sarah Boyack to move Amendment 17 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. I think there's a lot of amendments in this group, and I'm not going to reference them all. Colleagues will be relieved. But I do think, just as an opening comment, I think what everybody's trying to do here is to strengthen the bill and respond to the different stakeholders that have been talking to us about what improvements they think needs to be made. So I would firstly like to thank the Marine Conservation Society, the Scottish Creel Fishing Association, Scottish Environment Link and the Scottish Inshore Fisheries Trust for helping me craft my amendments in this group. And as a huge proportion of our environmental sector here in Scotland focuses on our marine, coastal and fishing environments, I do think the amendments in this group are incredibly important, not just for our seas and our marine ecosystem, but also for the people who rely on it for their livelihoods. So I'd like to move Amendment 17 in my name, which states within 12 months of royal assent, the Scottish Ministers must publish a national marine strategy. This is something that many stakeholders have been asking for in the marine sector. And the strategy needs to set out clear indicators or methods for measuring progress. And in preparing and reviewing the strategy, my amendment would ensure that ministers are obliged to consult relevant stakeholders and to take account of new environmental challenges. That's something that Scottish Environment Link have mentioned. Amendments 93, 328 and 95 all strengthen our focus on adaptation as well as mitigation. Amendment 93 updates section 68.3 of the Act so that ministers must state ecosystem recovery objectives for any new nature conservation MPA, and that would ensure that designation criteria are properly aligned with future nature recovery targets under Part 1 of the Bill. Amendment 95 requires ministers to review this guidance annually so that it can be updated in line with new scientific evidence and also best practice. And I think that's vital in terms of raising awareness, delivering best practice, where lessons can be learned and shared and then implemented. So I do want to thank the Scottish Creel Fishing Association and SIFT for helping craft my amendments 156 and 265 in inshore fishing. Amendment 156 would give ministers the power to bring in low-impact fishing priority areas in line with Scottish ministers' commitments to support a just transition to a more sustainable industry. And I've worked closely with the Scottish Creel Fishermen's Federation on it. I do think it's a modest proposal which would require any such areas to be subject to extensive consultation and could only be done to help meet any targets set under this bill to fulfil the National Marine Plan or to help achieve ministers' legal duties to help deliver good environmental status. Having said that, and with support from the Scottish Creel Fishing Association, I would encourage members also to support Amendments 96 to 101 in the name of Maurice Golden, which are systemic and in the same space. And I think those amendments draw on the positive experience from the inshore fisheries and conservation authorities that operate successfully in English waters, but also within the potential, so far just potential, of the 2010 Act's hierarchy of 11 regional marine plans sitting below one national marine plan. Amendment 265 in my name would give ministers the powers to protect those parts of our sea lochs which are most important as marine carbon stores. Now, these lochs make a significant contribution to Scotland's climate mitigation efforts, burying more carbon than the whole of the North Sea and storing more per hectare than peatland. But if it's disturbed, there's significant concern that carbon sequestered in these sediments would actually re-enter the water column and then be in turn at risk of returning to the atmosphere. Now, I know that Scottish ministers have crafted a Blue Carbon Action Plan which rightly supports more research, and there are indeed many areas where that research is needed. So these are areas which are only rarely fished, so their closure would have a minimal impact on the trawl sector, which is primarily the cause of disturbance to our inshore marine muddy sediments, but their protection would have a significant impact on the amount of carbon that Scotland can sequester. And I'd also briefly like to support Amendment 294 in the name of Ross Greer on enforcement, because I also think that's really important in terms of stronger action. So in conclusion, Convener, I think the amendments in this group are important because they're about improving our environment for coastal communities as well as those working in the fishing industry. to enable them in turn to create a more sustainable future for Scotland. So I'm also very conscious that I have spoken to government ministers. I know they have a variety of views on these issues. And I think what I'm trying to do here is to actually get positive results. So I'm keen to listen to what ministers have to say. And like other colleagues, I want to be constructive and make sure that we get the best possible legislation to get the best possible impact. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Ms Boyack. I now call Mark Ruskell to speak to Amendment 90 and other amendments in the group.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. So, look, I'm just going to speak to the amendments in the name of Ariane Burgess, but I should say that I do support the majority of amendments in this group, particularly the approach that's been taken by Maurice Gold and Sarah Boyack. There's a wider issue here about management of our marine environment, which this bill so far does not tackle, and we need to go further at stage 2. So amendments 90 and 91 would strengthen the reporting on the status and condition of Scotland's MPA network by giving Environmental Standards Scotland a formal role in assessing the network. And the evidence that we've had from Open Seas really stressed that lack of a real protection that's being delivered by Scotland's existing MPA network. So, the government itself has acknowledged that MPAs may not be meeting legal objectives. So giving ESS a more formal role in assessing the network's objectives and achievements would mean greater accountability for any marine-related targets set by secondary legislation. So Amendment 90 does this by requiring ESS to report on whether there's been any deterioration in the MPA network. Amendment 91 would then require ministers to include in their reports to Parliament under the Marine Act 2010 a summary of the pressures and impacts that human activities are having on MPAs. Moving to Amendment 92, this relates to the National Marine Plan 2 that ministers are currently developing. The intention is for the new plan to set out ministers' policies for how different sectors will interact in the marine environment. And this is really important because I think we all recognise that there's a demand for access to marine space, from fishing to energy to recreation, and deciding what goes where is the critical role of that national marine plan. However, we are concerned that the current proposals from government suggest that the new national marine plan would significantly weaken protections, including by dropping the fisheries objective from the new plan entirely. So Amendment 92 would seek to rectify this omission. Fisheries management measures are deemed to be a national or regional marine planning matter under the Marine Act 2010. They are part of the first National Marine Plan and also the Shetland Regional Marine Plan. So this proposal, attempting to treat fisheries management decisions as separate to the wider national marine planning, is really concerning. We need to join things up here rather than put fisheries in a siloed box. So Amendment 92 makes it clear that fisheries objectives are categorically part of the National Marine Plan and cannot be interpreted otherwise and removed at the whim of a serving government. Amendment 301 would make two straightforward changes to the current light touch regulation of the wrasse fishery and also finish the work begun by this committee and the Scottish Government in this area. So first, it would close some of our marine protected areas and special areas of conservation to the fishery year-round. So specifically those SACs for which rocky reefs are a qualifying feature, and those MPAs for which kelp and seaweed on sediment are a protected feature. Now, those are the MPAs and SACs for which the various commercially fished wrasse species listed in Amendment 301 are really the keystone species. They're hugely ecologically important to the future of those habitats. Now, there might be a case for closing the fishery in all MPAs and SACs, but in these specific areas, wrasse are absolutely integral to the survival of these habitats. You can't protect rocky reefs or kelp forests and other seaweed habitats if the wrasse they depend on can be taken away. Secondly, Amendment 301 would close the wrasse fishery during the 5 months when wrasse spawn and guard their nests. And at the moment, the closed season is completely misaligned with the spawning season, again risking the future of these fish and the ecosystems they're part of. Protecting vulnerable fish stocks during the spawning seasons is an absolutely fundamental part of good fisheries management. I'm at a loss to understand why it's not being applied in relation to the wrasse fishery. We all know that wrasse are used in large numbers by the salmon industry for lice control, and no doubt that industry would like the fishery to be open year-round to give them flexibility. But that would not be in their own interest if they intend to rely on wrasse for the longer term. It has been reported that some local wrasse populations have collapsed in some areas. That's a dire outcome for important marine ecosystems, but it's also a problem for the aquaculture industry. We need better regulation in this area. I think the amendments being put forward by Ariane Burgess take that final step and ensure that there's a sustainable recovery of our RAS across Scotland. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you, Mr Ruskell. I now call Maurice Golden to speak to Amendment 96 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. The amendments in this group, which I will go through, essentially seek to explore the question around rural communities and the environment versus government institutions and multinationals, and who is best to decide how to protect the interests of those individuals, Creole fishermen based in Skye or bureaucrats based in Edinburgh. It's the classic local versus national. And ultimately, they seek to address substantial problems with inshore management. And these are both urgent and long-standing. There are many problems which the Scottish Government and the Marine Directorate have failed to address over many years, and they are in each case both environmental and economic problems. While setting out the purpose of the amendments, I will seek to shine a light on the associated problems. In each case, those relate to shortcomings in the Marine Scotland Act 2010. These amendments may not be the answer, but in each case an answer is required, and I look forward to the Scottish Government's response to these. And ultimately they fall into two parts: regional marine planning and then fisheries management. Amendment 96 seeks to require action on regional marine plans. Section 5.1 says ministers must prepare and adopt a national marine plan, and they have therefore and to have done so. The first iteration was broad brush practically to the point of uselessness, both for the purposes of ecological restoration and for the management of economic activity inshore. A good national marine plan would have had clear spatial element, without which the various pressures on the inshore cannot be balanced against each other. The fishing industry complains about spatial squeeze on operations, and they're right to do so. Community groups complain that much nature protection is in name only or simply ineffective. They too are also right to do so, but nevertheless a national marine plan exists, and I note that the next iteration has been delayed, and in passing I would encourage the Cabinet Secretary to ensure it is in line with best practice around the world, includes clear spatial plans based on science and economics. However, Section 5.2 of the Act says ministers may prepare and adopt regional marine plans. As a result, none have been adopted, and ultimately, a decade and a half after the 2010 Act, that doesn't seem good enough. So Amendment 96 would turn the may into a must. Amendment 97 turns to the question of who should prepare such regional marine plans. At the moment, in theory, that is in the hands of a non-statutory regional marine planning partnerships. Those that exist have worked hard, and those who have taken part in the processes are to be commended and thanked. But the reality is that the hands are tied by the Marine Directorate. So, ultimately, Section 12 of the Marine Scotland Act allows ministers, if they wish to delegate powers and to whom. Amendment 97 would require those powers to be delegated, i.e. the preparation of marine plans should be done locally, with the protections set out later in Section 12. And ultimately that goes to my opening point about who knows best about how to manage our inshore waters. Amendment 7 would also require regional marine plans to be prepared with sustainable fisheries and other sustainable economic activities in mind, aligned to the objectives set out in Section 1 of the UK Fisheries Act 2020 and any targets set out in the 2004 Act once it has been amended by this bill. Importantly, of course, if measures of this sort were adopted, Scottish ministers would still retain a strong and appropriate level of control via the National Marine Plan. If they produce a more detailed National Marine Plan too, those regional marine plans could also only be adopted if they aligned with it. This does not propose 11 separate inshore fiefdoms operating in isolation. It would be 11 local communities deciding for themselves how best to deliver on their statutory duties and on their local elements of the National Marine Plan, which I think overall is a balanced approach. Amendment 101 then gives more detail on what regional marine plans should contain. Unlike the status quo, it would require that areas for different fisheries are identified. In some cases, different fisheries can take place alongside each other, and in some cases, they cannot. The amendment also requires regional marine plans to be consistent with other statutory requirements and, as discussed, that they must be consistent with the National Marine Plan and they must be adopted by ministers. Amendment 98 turns to fisheries management. At the moment, we have regional inshore fisheries groups, but like regional marine planning partnerships, they have no statutory basis and no powers to act. In English waters, under the Marine and Coastal Access Act 2009, inshore fisheries management is handled by 10 inshore fisheries and conservation authorities. This amendment, alongside Amendments 99 and 100, would not seek to replicate the English model. The Scottish system has some clear advantages over the English regime, most notably the potential, and sadly just the potential, of regional marine plans. As a group, they would require ministers to establish regional inshore fisheries and conservation management bodies. They would then be charged with and given the powers to manage fisheries in line with those locally developed regional marine plans. As with planning, this would ensure that management decisions are taken locally by the industry representatives and other key stakeholders. Amendment 100 is then the part where such bodies would have the powers to regulate and do the detailed work on fisheries management, creel limits, open and closed areas, etc. The committee has heard, most notably during pre-budget scrutiny, frustrations on all sides with the Marine Directorate and concerns about underfunding. Those frustrations came from the mobile gear sector and environmental NGOs and from academics. In fact, across a range of stakeholders. Ultimately, the problem exists where I believe that local communities, scientists and industry should be to the fore, given the powers to act, and let them work together to deliver inshore waters rich in biodiversity with thriving fish stocks and ensuring that all parts of the fleet can work together. Moving on to my Amendment 266, this would require the Scottish Government to conduct a review of the efficacy of marine penalties and consider the feasibility of increasing fines accordingly, and in many ways dovetail with Ross Greer's amendments. Ultimately, it's a proportionate and necessary amendment 266 in improvements to compliance and enforcement, which currently is heavily reliant on surveillance aircraft and vessels monitoring in order to catch out non-compliances. This is costly and has historically been somewhat ineffective in responding to offences quickly after the event, for example. Convener.
Thank you, Mr Golden. I now call Douglas Ross to speak to Amendment 264 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Convener. This grouping is marine planning, protection and enforcement, and Therefore, I think we have to look at how we enforce any wrongdoing in our marine environment. And for 3 decades, we as a country, I believe, have been very well served by an aviation asset based in Inverness that does exactly what this group is talking about, that enforcement and protection of the marine environment and the waters around Scotland. I come at this as a local MSP who has been approached by constituents affected by the decision of the Scottish Government to dispose of the 2 marine aircraft, aviation aircraft looking after the marine environment. And I know other MSPs in this committee have equally been contacted about this, and there have already been questions in the Chamber about this issue. But I felt this bill and this section of the bill provides an opportunity for further dialogue on this, and I'm approaching this in hopefully a constructive way to get answers from the government. And I state very clearly from the outset, what I'm asking for here is a review of the government's decision. Ideally, I'd hope that review would accept the shortcomings of their decision and an opportunity to reintroduce an asset that, as I say, has served us well for 30 years. But that's the next stage. The first step we need to know is the impact of removing that facility, and not just the 2 aircraft themselves, and I'll come on to speak about what has replaced them, but the hugely skilled, dedicated and committed staff who worked on these aircraft, who are passionate about protecting the marine environment and want to continue to do that to the best of their ability, but they need the best tools to do that. The decision by the Marine Directorate and the Scottish Government to move away from the aircraft was clearly one taken on financial grounds, and I understand these will not be the cheapest vehicles to use. However, they are the best. And what we have seen, they've been replaced by 3 ageing vessels, which are extremely slow to operate in a vast area. So if part of what we are seeking to do in this Parliament is to protect our marine environment, when something is going on that needs to be addressed and captured to hopefully then take enforcement action, you need a quick and reliable service to do that. It is not possible to monitor the 5th largest EEZ in the world, as was previously done by these 2 aircraft out of the base at Inverness, with drones and 3 very slow vessels. It is simply not possible. So I would like to hear from the Cabinet Secretary and the Government what they believe have been the outcomes of their decision, the implications of their decision, and if they accept that our marine environment is not protected in the same way as it was prior to these aircraft being lost. I should also say the aircraft are still sat there at Inverness. They've been put up for sale. To my knowledge, there's no interested buyers. They've certainly not been sold. So if that was going to be a capital receipt for the government, that has not been realised. The opportunity then to use these drones and the vessels is not protecting areas that they should, certainly not as quickly as possible, and therefore the main aim of the former aircraft was to act as a deterrent. For example, they were called on for very time-sensitive missions to catch a trawler in a closed box. Now, the aircraft could get up in the air very quickly with the skilled and dedicated committed staff, capture that images, send them back to the Marine Directorate, and enforcement could take place very rapidly. Now, if you know that the ships that are going to be chasing you, trying to take the same images, are hours, potentially days away, the deterrent is gone. These trawlers are in and out of these closed boxes before the ships have even turned round, or the vessels have turned round to try and catch them. That's something that I think we have lost. It's a crucial deterrent we have lost, and therefore a lot of the amendments in this group will be the poorer for the lack of a deterrent and an enforcement mechanism which we previously had as a country and was lost. I have to say there was also a great deal of concern at the lack of engagement with those involved in this operation prior to the decision being taken. As I say, they had operated successfully for 30 years, and then very quickly the government announced this is their view, this is what's going to happen, this is going to be the replacement. So my Amendment 264 is looking at a review to not only see what has happened, how the enforcement and deterrent has been affected, but actually if the Government and Marine Directorate had taken a bit more time in the process for getting to this stage and engaged with the staff, perhaps they would have seen the benefit of retaining the asset that they have and have had for so long. I'm probably going to sum up there, Convener, because I'm more interested at the moment in these amendments with hearing the response from the government and perhaps intervening when the Cabinet Secretary is responding, because this is an issue that's not going to go away. We have had questions in Parliament, but we also have an opportunity. As I say, these aircraft have not been sold. They sit idle at Inverness, ready to be redeployed at a moment's notice. So if the government were to undertake this review, an honest, open, transparent review, and say, look, we'll look at all the information, and if the review finds we now have a big capability gap, there is something to fill that gap. And something to fill it is something that we've used successfully for 30 years. So hopefully the government will support this amendment to simply have a review, and then we get to the next stage to say, well, if that review says we should go back to what we've previously done in the past, there are the skilled crews and staff available to be deployed. We've got the aircraft available to be deployed, and I think that would be a very welcome move. But I will perhaps close there and look forward to hearing the remarks of the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr Ross. And I call Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 294 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendments 294 through 298 variously amend the Inshore Fishing Act of 1984, the Aquaculture and Fisheries Act of 2007 and the Marine Act of 2010. These are all Scotland Acts, obviously. I'm grateful to the Sustainable Inshore Fisheries Trust and the Creel Fishermen's Federation for their support in developing the amendments based on their considerable insight and experience in this area. Between them, the amendments seek to update and future-proof our approach to marine enforcement, particularly around fines and forfeiture when fishing laws are broken. I'm not proposing anything brand new here, just fixing what hasn't worked in practice or what's now badly dated as a result of legislation being passed some decades ago. I have a particular regional interest here. I'm very proud of Arran's Lamash Bay no-take zone. I think it is a great example of marine restoration. It's locally led by the community of Arran Seabed Trust. But in November of last year, a skipper was caught illegally harvesting scallops in the no-take zone. He was issued a £10,000 fine by the Marine Directorate but refused to pay it, so went to court. He pled guilty to the offence at that point, but astonishingly, he was then only fined just over £4,000. This was despite the estimated retail value of £15,500 of the scallops illegally fished and sold at market. So he made more than a £10,000 profit by breaking the law. At the risk of sounding like my colleagues to either side of me, I don't think that crime should pay. Inadequate fines and forfeiture mean the risk of being caught breaching our existing marine conservation efforts is really just the cost of doing business for bad actors. They can afford to take that. These amendments are a package of measures that are designed to rectify that situation and prevent it from happening again. Previous acts have fixed pounds and pence figures on their face when it comes to fines and monetary penalties. But obviously, the moment a bill is passed, those figures begin to go out of date. Inflation erodes their relative value. So, for example, the £5,000 set out in Section 4 of the 1984 Act should be £16,500 in today's money if it's to maintain the value that was agreed by MPs at that point. Instead, it's lost more than two-thirds of its relative value and therefore more than two-thirds of its effectiveness. So, for consistency, 294 would bring fines of that sort into line with the £50,000 limit set for equivalent offences in the Marine Scotland Act 2010. It also fixes the infamous enforcement issue whereby when someone is caught illegally fishing and with catch on board, the burden is currently on the prosecution to prove that all of that fish was caught illegally. This amendment would flip that. If someone is caught fishing illegally and with catch on board, it would be presumed that it has all been caught illegally unless they can prove otherwise, for example, through remote electronic monitoring data. 298 extends the fines for breaches of the 2010 Act to the owner and, if relevant, the charterer of a vessel rather than just the master. The decision to fish illegally within MPAs is often made at a more senior level than a vessel's master, but fines are typically solely imposed on that master. This amendment would disincentivise owners of vessels from encouraging or, at the very least, condoning illegal fishing. 297 just follows the same approach in 298 with regards to disposals, but in this case it extends fixed penalty notices to the vessel's owner and charterer if that's applicable. 295 would upgrade the maximum fixed penalty notice associated with the 1984 and 2010 Acts from £10,000 to £13,000, given that that's now more than a decade out of date since it was last updated in the 2010 Act. But more importantly, it would require ministers to review the maximum at least once every 5 years and, taking into account matters including inflation, to uprate the maximum via regulations. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm grateful to Ross Greer for giving way. He's articulating very clearly how people should be punished if they are caught. Does he accept that my Amendment 264 would help people get caught? If we have a review of the processes available to the Marine Directorate to catch people illegally operating in our waters, we should do so with the best tools available. In my view, that's aviation tools, but at least the government should commit to a review, and would the Greens be supporting Amendment 264 to support their amendments to catch people illegally operating?
Grateful to the member for the intervention. I'll defer to my colleague Mark Ruskell on the specifics of Douglas Ross's amendment, but I do think that he made a very compelling case that this is about effective enforcement, and if the vessels charged with enforcement are at best hours and in some cases days away, then enforcement is not going to happen, you're not going to get caught, and that is one of the core issues here. A lot of what I'm proposing is of course not relevant if you cannot get to the point of having caught someone in the act, gathered the evidence of it. So I do think he makes a compelling case, but I'll defer to colleagues on the committee in regards to the specifics of the amendment. On that point, though, around updating the fixed monetary values here, I think we as a Parliament need to learn a collective lesson that we cannot keep putting these figures into primary legislation without putting associated provisions to update them via regulation. It is almost comical that some of these figures are more than 4 decades out of date now and have lost the vast majority of their value. So 296 seeks to address one of the most egregious features of the current enforcement system. That's the one highlighted by my example from Arran. As the government set out in answers to various questions over the years, including to Tim Eagle and myself, if a fisher ignores a fixed penalty notice or chooses not to pay it, is then charged, taken to court and convicted, the final disposal is often less than the fixed penalty notice that they were initially offered. As members may know, although I'm sure not from any personal experience, if a motoring offence attracts a fixed penalty notice, it's always at a discount on any fine that would be imposed as a result of court proceedings. That's designed to encourage people to accept the fixed penalty notice in clear-cut cases and to save the court's time. At the moment, there's an incentive in the other direction when it comes to offences related to fishing, i.e. to ignore the fixed penalty notice and to take it to court in the hope of getting a lesser penalty. Of the 17 unpaid notices in the period covered by Tim Eagle's question, only 4 led to convictions, and in 3 of those cases, the court disposal was below the level of the fixed penalty notice. So 296 would require a disposal is at least 50% above the unpaid fixed penalty notice if the court convicts. That should offer a clear incentive to accept these notices in the first place and avoid taking up court time. And I'll finish there, Convener.
Thank you very much, Mr Greer. Any other members? Tim Eagle.
I'm not going to speak for very long, but can I just come in on a few of these very quickly? I have actually quite a lot of sympathy with a number of these amendments in this group, with quite the large caveat that inshore waters obviously have deep cultural connections with our rural communities, and I'm always a bit nervous about doing anything without having taken evidence on it, and when we didn't take evidence on this stuff during the stage 1 and that. Just in terms of IFCAs, because I know they were, Maurice Golden brought those up, they do have great potential, I think. I've actually looked into a bit of what's going on down in England. They can be a bit of a mixed bag, though. They are quite resource intensive. My understanding, and the Cabinet Secretary I'm sure will come in a minute, but my understanding is the Inshore Fisheries Improvement Programme is looking into this already, and I think that's meant to come back early next year. So my gut reaction is huge sympathies with what you're trying to do, maybe just that tad early at the moment, and we're best to wait for the Inshore Fisheries Improvement Programme to come forward. Sarah Boyack mentioned blue carbon. I'm not actually against you with that, but I think we have to be absolutely crucial that we have detailed knowledge on that. And my understanding is the science isn't quite there yet with that. And I would be worried that we might harm our fishing sector if we push ahead before we've got that science in place and that full understanding in place. Spatial management has come up a number of times. Again, I'm not against spatial management, but that has to be flexible, doesn't it, to make sure that future needs are met for everybody, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So, and if we put something in place that's inflexible, then I worry that actually might cause more harm than good. On Ross Greer's amendments, I am sorely tempted to support you. Actually, I think actually, in truth, you've got a point. These are outdated, and what we don't want to do, we've got some great fishermen right across our rural communities, and they shouldn't be put at risk by illegal fishing activity. So in fairness, I think you've got a very valid point in what you made. And just on Douglas Ross's amendment, I fully support. I raised this before. The planes are still sitting there. It was a real shame, actually, that the pilots and the organisation behind Airtask weren't given much notice of this, and it caused them quite serious problems, actually, and I welcome Douglas Ross bringing this forward. Thank you, Convener.
Mr Eagle, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Convener. Before I speak to each amendment as relates to my portfolio, I just think there's a consideration that has to be made about the level of reporting duties and publication requirements being proposed through amendments in this area. While such duties can have a place, these obligations can divert substantial time and resources away from delivery and action, the action we all want to see. So there needs to be a clear assessment on whether there are already reporting requirements in place, and if duplication is a possibility, and we must always ask ourselves if diverting capacity from the bodies or civil servants required to carry out the production of reports or other types of ancillary documentation is the best use of their expertise and effort. So, I'm repeatedly told by members of public bodies and indeed MSPs how overstretched they are. So we have a duty to take into account any administrative burden we might unnecessarily place on them. I'll turn to amendment. Yes.
Just on unnecessary burden, would the Cabinet Secretary not reflect on the fact that in front of us we have a Natural Environment Bill that was supposed to be about setting biodiversity targets on Scottish Government powers, on national parks and deer management, but given the wide scope because of the long title of this bill, we are sitting here today discussing marine planning, protection and enforcement, which should not have been the case. So we're now at stage 2 where there was no opportunity to actually scrutinise some of these amendments. But it's also very unfortunate that we have the number of amendments which I would suggest are almost out with the intention of the bill. But it's a sad reflection on the lack of progress this government has made when it comes to marine issues. And there's a complete lack of progress when it comes to inshore, offshore, marine planning. And we should not be sitting here today discussing these. And it's the fault of the government bringing forward a bill with such a wide scope.
So I think I agree with the first point, and I was ready to say that I totally agree with Convener. It's important that you take evidence on all aspects of a bill throughout, and we've seen many times where amendments are brought in various bills, not just this one, which could effectively add arms and legs to it. But I do also respect the right of members to put forward the issues from stakeholders and that come to them on the issues. I don't accept that there's not progress been made in terms of protecting the marine environment. And I'm actually about to talk to many of the amendments here and actually explain what's actually taking place and where there is duplication. My point that I was setting out is to make sure that just because people think things aren't happening fast enough doesn't mean that adding reporting requirements and duplicating the administrative burdens, that's not actually going to accelerate the action at all. In fact, it's going to do the opposite, and that was the point I was making. If I can go to Amendment 17 by Sarah Boyack, would require Scottish ministers to publish a national marine strategy for protecting and restoring Scotland's marine environment. And while I understand the intent behind this amendment, I'm afraid it is unnecessary because it does duplicate and risk undermining our existing legal framework. And the Marine Strategy Regulations 2010 already require the development and implementation of a marine strategy to achieve and maintain good environmental status in marine waters. Scottish ministers are already subject to statutory obligations under those regulations, and those regulations are complemented by the Water, Environment and Water Services Scotland Act 2003, providing integrated management of estuarine and coastal waters, including environmental objectives, pollution control and monitoring. And a national marine strategy under this amendment would be limited to the extent of the Scottish Parliament's legislative competence, unlike the marine strategy under the 2010 regulations, which is not limited in that way. Amendment 17 complicates rather than enhances marine governance, diverting resources from delivery into administration through overlapping systems, and additional and unnecessary reporting requirements. So for these reasons, I would ask Sarah Boyack. Yes, I will.
Yeah, so you say it's overlap and repetitive effectively, but in terms of the purpose behind my amendment, do you accept that your existing National Marine Plan needs to take all these issues and some of the other issues that colleagues have talked about this morning into the previous Marine Plan that you say is actually there, but yet lots of stakeholders are not satisfied with it?
I think the general point that Sarah Boyack's making is relevant, and that's why we go out to consultation on all the national marine plans and all the strategies that we've put in place, consistently speaking to stakeholders where they've got the opportunity to put forward the actual fundamental issues that Sarah Boyack and a lot of members are making today, whether this is the best place in order to accelerate this action. And I think that I'll come back to my fundamental point that I made at the beginning. Just because people don't see things happening fast enough for them on these areas doesn't mean to say that we should actually add more administrative burdens or more strategies that duplicate the work, because none of the action that people want to see is going to be accelerated by that. In fact, it's actually going to be stifled by the red tape and reporting requirements that people are asking for. So for these reasons, I'd ask Ms Boyack not to press this amendment, and if it is pressed, I'd urge members not to support this amendment, given my comments there. Amendments 90 and 91 in the name of Ariane Burgess. So if I go to Amendment 90, first of all, it seeks to establish a role for Environmental Standards Scotland in assessing and reporting on nature conservation MPA status and their achievement of conservation objectives. Amendment 91 requires an additional layer of detail be included in Scottish Ministers' reports under Section 103 of the Marine Scotland Act. So these amendments would place near identical reporting requirements on two organisations on nature conservation MPAs. Again, that duplicates effort and has significant cost associated with it. These requirements would apply only to nature conservation MPAs designated under the Marine Scotland Act. Scottish Ministers actually report more widely, however, to produce a holistic view across our entire MPA network. So given resource constraints the committee has highlighted regarding marine science, I can't support this duplication of effort or the significant costs for little benefit either amendment would bring. And furthermore, ESS currently does not have the capacity and capability for this work. Passing this amendment would create significant further financial and capacity implications for them. So for these reasons, I'd ask the member not to press these amendments, and if pressed, I urge the committee not to agree to amendments 90 and 91. Coming now to Sarah Boyack's amendments 93 and 95. Amendment 93 would require ecosystem recovery objectives to be stated when designating nature conservation MPAs. But these sites are designed to conserve specific features. Wider ecosystem recovery is delivered through a three-pillar approach of species protection, site-based measures and wider seas policies. Now, I must be clear that this amendment effectively aims to pursue similar ecosystem policy outcomes that Parliament rejected in relation to the highly protected marine areas. This would create differences between future designations under the Marine Scotland 2010 Act for inshore and the Marine and Coastal Access Act 2009 for offshore. So Amendment 95 places a duty on ministers to review the scientific basis of the MPA selection guidelines every 12 months. This would involve a significant waste of resources. The underlying science evolves very slowly and not within a 12-month period, that's for sure. However, regardless of this, we have in any event already committed to reviewing these guidelines for carbon considerations under Scotland's draft climate change plan, so the amendment is not necessary. And for these reasons, I'd ask the member not to press the amendment, and if pressed, I'd urge the committee not to vote for them. Amendment 328 from Sarah Boyack makes it a requirement rather than an option for ministers when considering whether to designate an NC MPA to have regard to how designation may contribute to climate mitigation, as well as adding climate adaptation to this requirement. So that gives equal weight to adaptation. I think it's a sensible approach. It's in line with Scottish Government policy when protecting biodiversity. Both mitigation and adaptation are absolutely critical to our efforts to tackle the twin crisis. So therefore, I'm happy to agree to this approach. I think it's a sensible approach, and I would urge the committee to support Ms Boyack when she presses her Amendment 328. Amendment 92 by Ariane Burgess would require national and regional marine plans to contain fisheries management objectives and policies and consider fishing impacts when preparing plans. So this amendment, again, creates significant misalignment between terrestrial and marine planning. It fundamentally alters the core purpose of marine planning from planning to cover management of fisheries. Marine plans, like terrestrial planning, support sustainable development, not activity regulation, which is covered by sector-specific legislation which is outside of planning. So in practice, this amendment would not achieve effective management of fisheries. It would potentially disadvantage the domestic fleet, as any fisheries management policies introduced through the Scottish Marine Plans would be limited in scope to inshore waters only and could only be applied by Scottish ministers to Scottish vessels and not the whole fleet. So in addition, these objectives can already be achieved under... I will do.
I'm trying to understand this argument. Effectively, you're saying that we should have a national marine plan with no reference to fisheries within that. I don't quite understand that, because surely fisheries management is by its very nature spatial, and therefore a spatial interpretation of fisheries management and a relationship to a plan alongside other activities, including activities which use the seabed, such as renewables, such as fish farming, would be quite a rational approach. I appreciate the distinction between onshore and offshore, but you know, surely a marine plan needs to include marine activities, of which fisheries is an important spatial form of management.
Well, I think Mark Ruskell kind of makes my point that we've got national marine plans which will be consulted on. My issue is with this particular amendment, which would actually disadvantage the domestic fleet, would have different, I suppose, different a situation for a domestic fleet versus a fleet that's coming in from elsewhere. And so fundamentally, I think that's problematic. And I was going to say the objectives can already be achieved under the Marine Scotland Act. So also, again, it duplicates effort and is unnecessary. So, you know, Mark Ruskell mentions national marine plans. That, of course, is the vehicle for what happens in those areas. This would add duplication to that, but also would have unintended consequences in having burdens put on the domestic fleet that do not apply to any other fleet vessels. So, regarding Amendments 96 and 97 by Ariane Burgess on regional marine plans, these attempt to impose directives on local stakeholders without prior consultation or consent, and on that basis I strongly oppose them. It is absolutely essential that we listen to community views, that we work with local people to determine appropriate solutions that work at a local level. A number of members have made points on that already today. That's why we are committed to regional marine planning's intent of enabling community-led approaches and local decision-making. And this amendment would, these amendments would undermine this way of working and impose a top-down approach for all regions, and that's not something that the Scottish Government can support. So I would ask the committee not to agree to 96 and 97. Turning to Amendment 101, similar with the Amendment 101 from Maurice Golden, spatial planning is underway, it's still evolving, therefore implementing it through primary legislation now before addressing critical considerations, including evidence-based robustness, would be, in my view, very premature. And I thank Tim Eagle for his comments in this regard, because I believe that he's absolutely right. We need to allow these processes to take place and that evidence to be gathered and that consultation to happen as well. Yes, I just want to make one other point, and he may want to address that as well. We are exploring how the National Marine Plan could respond to consultation feedback, including stakeholder requests for marine spatial planning and implications for existing users. That is the vehicle in which a lot of these issues. I have sympathy for the intent behind the amendment. I want to just point to the fact that any amendment that altered regional requirements without regard for the national framework could actually prove impractical without further legislative reform. It actually might have the opposite action associated with it than what Maurice Golden is actually looking. I'm happy to have further conversations with him about it, but it fundamentally would not work with the existing law as it stands, and I'm happy to take a comment from Maurice Golden.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I mean, it was on your point around timing, so I point to the 2016 manifesto, which said we will also update inshore fisheries legislation through an inshore fisheries bill to support sound fisheries management. That wasn't the Conservative manifesto, it was the SNP manifesto. So these amendments attempt to deliver that manifesto commitment in true cross-party spirit. But the point on timing is, because we are aware of the ongoing decline both in our inshore fishing fleet as well as inshore biodiversity, should it not be the place for primary legislation as set out in the SNP's 2016 manifesto to deliver that spatial management?
Well, it's always, I thank Maurice Golden for helping my party deliver their objectives, and not for the first time. Rai, smile. I think National Marine Plan will be reacting and considering consultation feedback. I think fundamentally it comes back to my point about because people don't see things happening fast enough, that I sense that quite a lot of the amendments in this place are to prompt action, but the vehicles in order to put that action in place already exist. So I'm pointing to the fundamental issue of, if this were to pass, it would actually would cause serious problems in terms of the Marine Scotland Act, and wouldn't dovetail in with that. So I get the general point. I understand that people want to see action accelerated. I do too. One of the ways in which that action can be accelerated is not by difficult amendments will have the unintended consequences of taking away from that action. The science in terms of the data collection in the marine space does take time, and that's actually probably more the reason for things not happening fast enough for people. It's not a lack of regulation, it's not a lack of legislation associated with this. It's effectively the data collection and getting that in place, and getting the many stakeholder views, and making sure that we can all collectively move forward rather than anything else. So
I think we need to absolutely hammer this, that the reason we've had so many amendments and the reasons members have been inundated with correspondence from stakeholders is that progress is just not good enough. We're seeing inshore fisheries under pressure. Fishermen, NGOs are all campaigning to get these regulations put in place far quicker. Now, as someone who passionately believes in science and data as being the lead on future policy, will you not accept that the progress has not been good enough? And that's why we're seeing these amendments to put pressure on the government that action needs to be taken, but at a far quicker pace.
Yeah, and I think that fundamentally legislation and the debate around the amendments and legislation can draw out those points that people want to see action faster. My actual point is that quite a lot of these amendments would actually slow down the progress because they're adding administrative burdens, and we need to be making sure that we have robust vehicles in place, but not a crowded situation that has unintended consequences. But the general point around people wanting to see accelerated action, I understand that, absolutely. And I will end there, Convener.
Thank you. I now call Cabinet Secretary Marie Goujon.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'm going to pick up on amendments 98, 99 and 100 from Maurice Golden, but I have to say, I think Tim Eagle actually covered some of the points that I was ultimately going to make, because I appreciate where the amendments are coming from, but what I would say is there is a significant programme of work ongoing at the moment. We did undertake a call for views. We're hoping to bring forward a consultation on that soon. So I think it's just correct that we follow that process in terms of dealing with some of these more intricate issues. So that's where I would ask the committee not to support these amendments. Turning to Douglas Ross's amendment 264. Oh, yes, I'm happy to.
Thanks. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I wonder if there would be a commitment to work with myself and potentially others in this space to try and get some assurance in the bill around the purpose and effect of those amendments, because with the, we're both standing down, and I've heard it previously with the circular economy bill promised in 2018, didn't transpire till 2024 to become an act, thanks to your colleague. But you get the point, or the Cabinet Secretary hopefully gets the point, and I just wonder your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I do take the point. I'm more than happy to have a conversation with any member, I think, in relation to this. I wouldn't necessarily be able to commit to more amendments in this space, though, because as I say, there is already a significant programme of work underway, and I think we really need to make sure that we are having that consultation with those that are going to be impacted by it, to make sure we get the design of that right, because this is very much about us. We don't want to impose a model on anyone. We want to make sure that a regional model works across Scotland. So, again, more than happy to have that conversation and set out more information. And, of course, I'll keep the committee updated as to how and when that work progresses. But I do think this is an area where we're all really keen to see progress. We've talked about some of the models in the discussions today as well that we can look to learn from. But more than happy to pick up that conversation. I was just turning to Amendment 264 from Douglas Ross, and just say, first of all, I think from both Douglas Ross and Tim Eagle, I appreciate the point of view from which you're coming at this amendment and the constituency and regional interests that you have. But, I mean, obviously what I would say is that from a government perspective, we routinely review the operational requirements of our fisheries surveillance obligations and assets, because ultimately we want to make sure that we do have that modern, effective and efficient protection service that I think Douglas Ross highlighted in response to some of Ross Greer's amendments there too. But what I would set out is that the decision not to tender for the 2 manned aerial surveillance aircraft and dispose of those assets was considering all the issues around aircraft age, around reliability. There have also been other advances in surveillance technology too, access to other government manned aerial assets offering value for money whilst also maintaining that effective service. So the amendment imposes a requirement to repeat a review that ultimately has concluded, and it's therefore unnecessary, and that's why I would ask members not to support it. But, sorry, I see Douglas Ross wants to come in. I'm happy to take an intervention.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. If these reviews are done fairly regularly, as she suggested, is there then a problem to make that a bit more formal and have a review now at this point, which also includes and involves the AirTask staff, who felt totally disengaged from the decision-making? They felt that it was taken very quickly without prior consultation. They could be involved in this review. And then if the review says the government got this right, they made the correct decision, there would be more buy-in rather than being told this is the decision being taken by the Marine Directorate and the Scottish Government without having that buy-in. I think that's the biggest problem.
I appreciate the concerns that have been highlighted there, and I think if there are areas for us to reflect on and look at, I'm happy to do that. But again, what I would say is, in terms of this decision that has ultimately been made, we now have the new Memorandum of Understanding in place, so I just wouldn't see the benefit in repeating a review that has already concluded.
And that we don't have the facts and figures, maybe the government do, as to how effective the replacement is. There is serious concern that it is not doing the deterrent that I spoke about, because the vessels used are far slower to get to the points where they need to capture the evidence. So if the Cabinet Secretary is saying everything is fine, that information should be made public, because people are telling us as Highlands and Islands representatives on the ground it is not fine, and we have a lesser service now than we had before. And a review would either confirm my view or confirm the Cabinet Secretary's review, and that's why a review would be important.
But I think, to be honest, I think a lot of those issues that you've raised there are picked up through the committee's scrutiny of the decisions that have been made in terms of our surveillance capabilities. And I think one point I would want to make clear, though, today is that we actually have enhanced capabilities through the new MOU that we have and the additional surveillance and technology that we're using than what we had previously, as well as all the value for money considerations. But I'm more than happy to set out more of that information and respond to the committee with that. Now, turning to Amendment 266 from Maurice Golden and amendments from Ross Greer that are relevant to this area as well. Scotland's fishing industry is subject to high regulation and monitoring, and there are already penalties encouraging compliance. Now, we have already committed to a fisheries penalty review within our 10-year fisheries management strategy during the next Parliament. I think what I would say is, though, that any review that we undertake into penalties, it is complex. We need that meaningful engagement as well as due diligence to prevent any unintended consequences. I think my concern with Amendment 266 is that the timescale that's set out within that, I think, is unrealistic. And it also doesn't consider what resources would be required, what scoping work we would need to undertake to determine those reasonable timeframes. But I would set out that I'm willing to work with Maurice Golden ahead of Stage 3 in relation to this amendment to see if we can come to an agreement on what a more realistic plan for that might look like. So I would ask Maurice Golden not to press the amendment on that basis. On Ross Greer's amendments, I think, subject to reworking Amendment 266 ahead of Stage 3, I think that would further commit to a timescale for a review to take place. I don't support Ross Greer's amendments, notwithstanding, I think, some of the issues that he's flagged that I think I have a lot of sympathy with, and I can understand the concerns that he's expressed today. But I do think we need to consider the proposals as part of that wider review that we've talked about. We need to have that due diligence, that operational certainty, and again, guarding against unintended consequences of what are quite piecemeal changes that would be introduced through these amendments, and I think we need to look at that more holistically. So for those reasons, I would ask Ross Greer not to press the amendments today, but if they are pressed, I would urge the committee not to support them. Yes. So
I understand to some extent where the Cabinet Secretary is coming from on this, but very much in relation to the comments Maurice Golden made a moment ago, Parliament being asked to wait again is quite frustrating, particularly when, in relation to some of my amendments, what I'm trying to do is rectify a situation that has been out of date for more than 4 decades now, and that gets further and further out of date the more we wait. Some of what I've proposed is very specific, I would argue quite minor. For example, given the Marine Directorate the opportunity to issue fixed penalty notices against the charterer or the owner of a vessel, not just the master of it. Is the Cabinet Secretary saying that there is no way the Scottish Government would be amenable to working on at least some of these amendments for Stage 3, and that the Government's position is this cannot be dealt with in this session of Parliament, it has to be dealt with next session?
No, well, I would say that some of that, I mean, we had the commitment within our wider strategy, bearing in mind that is a 10-year strategy, but I appreciate the time in the cycle that we're at the moment. I think the offer that I've made to Maurice Golden in terms of his amendment is, I'm not saying let's push this further down the road and not do any work on it. I do think a 12-month timescale is unrealistic because it essentially means work would have to stop and we would have to redetermine what priorities we're taking forward. And what I am keen to do, though, is work ahead of Stage 3 to see, right, well, what could a realistic timescale look like to ensure that there is that certainty for members as to what that could do. And again, I think with the amendments, the few amendments that you've introduced as well, again, it's a bit of a piecemeal approach when I think we need to look at it holistically. That does involve a lot of work. I want to make sure that we are continuing with that and we want to see progress, which is why I've made that commitment to Maurice Golden. But more than happy to involve Ross Greer in those conversations as well, if that's helpful.
Would the Cabinet Secretary take a
Yes.
further intervention? I appreciate that. I'd be very happy to engage with the Cabinet Secretary and Maurice Golden, and I agree a holistic approach would be ideal. Does the Scottish Government have any specific issues with the specific proposals that I've made? Because it's one thing to argue it's a piecemeal approach, but has the Government identified any problems with these amendments? Because I'd be very happy to discuss that with the Government ahead of Stage 3 if that's the case. Just arguing on a kind of in principle basis that it's a piecemeal approach, we need to do this holistically, it does very much feel like the Government's just kicking this into the long grass when some of these are pretty minor but would be quite helpful adjustments for us to make in the short term immediately while we engage in that more holistic exercise. What I've not heard yet is an argument from the government against any of the specific proposals that I've made.
Again, I think it's just the overall approach, and I think there are particular issues with the amendment. I'm more than happy to follow up with Ross Greer, in particular in relation to those, and have that conversation in relation to Maurice Golden's amendments as well. But again, that would just take a lot more work, and I think we need to consider this as a whole and in the round. Now, turning to Amendment 156 from Sarah Boyack. Again, this duplicates existing legislation, such as the Fisheries Act 2020 and the Marine Scotland Act 2010, which already enables the management of fishing activity as is envisaged by this amendment. So it's therefore not necessary or appropriate, and it does just further clutter the legislative landscape. And for those reasons, I would ask Sarah Boyack not to press Amendment 156. On Amendment 265, Ministers already again possess the powers to take action if the evidence base indicates that that's needed. However, as we've already outlined in the recently published Scottish Blue Carbon Action Plan, and as Tim Eagle highlighted earlier, another point that I agree with, there are significant uncertainties about the bottom trawling's impact on seabed sediment carbon stores. But this is an area we are actively investigating, given the need for any policy intervention to be evidence-based. So again, I would say that Amendment 265 is unnecessary. And then moving finally to Amendment 301 in the name of Ariane Burgess. Again, we manage all fisheries on best available evidence. We need flexible structures that adapt to emerging evidence rather than rigid primary legislation. The wild wrasse fishery, first of all, isn't open access. The Marine Directorate controls it through annual vessel owner applications. There are limited participants operating under strict spatial, temporal and technical restrictions. Now, the 2025 fishery operates June to November, and before opening this year, we published an assessment of wrasse fishery interaction with the MPA network, and we introduced new spatial management measures which prohibit fishing in relevant SECs and near kelp and seaweed communities in the relevant MPAs too. So therefore, the amendment is unnecessary because licensing is the appropriate approach to take here. The proposed seasonal date amendments contradict best available scientific evidence protecting spawning fish and could considerably risk stocks. So for these reasons, I can't support the amendment today, and I would ask the committee not to support it. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Sarah Boyack to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 17.
Thank you, Convener. I think this has been actually quite a constructive debate because there is ambition to actually get things to happen. There's been quite a few times mentioned where a Cabinet Secretary has said this duplicates powers ministers already have, and that kind of illustrates to me that people actually want action. It's not enough just to have a power, it's actually how you use it, how it's monitored and how it's reflected on. So it has been a constructive discussion, but I think there's a need for more action. And I think that linking together to a national marine plan, regional marine plans and a local focus that involves communities to bring people not just around a table but to actually lead to action that will improve their lives and improve our environment. That's absolutely critical. And the fact that we're in a nature and a climate emergency means that things are changing. So I get the fact that there is research being done and that things do not change immediately, but you may need to start both doing that survey work now and planning ahead, because there are going to be tipping points like AMOC that we need to actually start reflecting on now. So it needs joined up thinking and action. There are opportunities here as well as challenges. I think my reflection is, having listened to both of the Cabinet Secretaries responding to us round the table, it is relatively constructive and positive. And for those of us who may or may not move amendments today, if we're not moving amendments because of what we've been told by Cabinet Secretaries, there is a clear appetite for a further discussion before stage 3, so that we don't miss out by accident on something that stakeholders have actually made very good points to us. And if our amendments as currently crafted are not the ideal approach because of inadvertent duplication or not being perfect, I'd like to get that right before stage 3. And if it's not further amendment, it's actually about explanation from the Scottish Government about what is happening now or what is happening very soon, not kicking it into touch, because there is, it's not just pressure from stakeholders, but it's a real need to see that action in practice. so that we actually do deliver in a way where there is clearly a degree of agreement across this table, which I think is critical. So things like a consultation on the way, to know what that actually means, those are key issues for us. So I think some of these amendments clearly will be pushed today, others won't. There's an appetite for change, an appetite for more action. Change is underway, but we need to make sure that that's communicated effectively to our communities, to key stakeholders, so that we don't just kick all this into touch and say, oh, the last marine legislation sorted everything, so we don't need to do anything. The fact we've got amendments is that people feel we need action. Yes.
Yeah, just, Sarah Bowick, to reflect on the fact that in the last session of the Scottish Parliament, there was a fisheries management bill that was proposed. It was in the programme for government. It was never delivered. So, we have been waiting a very long time to unpack these issues, and trying to unpack an entire reform of fisheries management in, 45 minutes, an hour is very challenging work, I think, for everybody.
It's challenging, but I actually think what colleagues have put on the record today is important, because it logs the fact that there's an appetite for change. It logs the fact that there are both opportunities and major challenges. And before we get to stage 3, there is an opportunity for the Scottish Government to constructively engage with us so that we can reflect on those comments and make sure that when this piece of legislation goes through, we're not missing another opportunity, because change is needed now. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much. Sarah Boyack to press or withdraw Amendment 17.
I would withdraw at this point. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. That's been withdrawn, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 31 in the name of Mark Ruskell, already debated with Amendment 54. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. That has not been moved, so will not be considered. At this point, I'm aware that we have a technical issue with Rhoda Grant, so I'm going to suspend the meeting for 10 minutes to allow a reboot. Suspend this meeting until 11 o'clock. I'm pleased to say we can resume now. Rhoda Grant didn't require rebooting, but her laptop did, and that seems to have done the trick. Welcome back, Rhoda. I now call Amendment 32 in the name of Mark Ruskell, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Mark Ruskell to move Amendment 32 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. And I'm going to continue in the same vein that we've been in this morning, because, you know, I do think that it's important we take the opportunity through this bill to actually take action to improve biodiversity. And I think that's why, you know, you're right, that's why we're seeing so many amendments that are coming through at this point. And, you know, it is rooted in a lot of frustration, I think, that members have had, that, you know, we've not seen action taken, practical action taken, to protect biodiversity, to restore the environment in Scotland. So, you know, this is another area. I'll try and be brief in my comments here. But, you know, 4 years ago, the Scottish Government pledged in the programme for government to phase out the use of peat in horticulture, and this included a ban in order to protect peatlands and, I'm quoting here from the PFG, to restore the health and vitality of the natural systems that sustain us. But, you know, that pledge remains unfulfilled, and about 1,000 hectares of our peatlands a year are actively dug up. That's enough peat to fill 68 Olympic-sized swimming pools. And as we know, peat forms at a very slow rate, about 1 millimetre a year. So a metre's depth takes 1,000 years to form, yet diggers can strip out the same amount of peat from the ground in just a couple of weeks. So within human lifetime, peat is not a renewable resource. Once it's gone, it's very much gone. So, you know, Amendment 32 is really about giving us the chance to change the fate of Scotland's peatlands, to save the peat and the carbon that they hold for future generations. And I don't think there's anything new here. I think probably everybody in this room is in agreement with that policy intention. I think there's probably a kind of concern that this just hasn't happened yet, you know, despite years of commitments. So what this amendment does is it really inserts a clause requiring the Scottish Government to use powers that they already have via secondary legislation under Section 140 of the Environmental Protection Act 1990. And, you know, this is a part of the Act that's already been used. You know, the single-use vapes ban in Scotland followed the same powers, and the suggested amendment follows a very similar model. So we have done this before. We have innovated in the Scottish Parliament, but, you know, achieved things on a four-nations basis across the UK. And, you know, Scotland isn't alone in our impatience about the lack of direction from the UK government on this. You know, recently the chair of the Environment Committee at the Welsh Senedd wrote to the UK Parliament to urge that they increase pressure on this issue to get progress across the UK. And I understand that Northern Ireland is now committed to a firm date for phasing out use of peat in horticulture. So, you know, within the devolved constitutional settlement, including Northern Ireland, you know, nations are moving forward now on setting dates and delivering action in this area. So, you know, why can't we do this in Scotland? I'm sure the Minister will tell me why in a minute. So, you know, one of the stated objections of the Natural Environment Bill is to cover key actions to deliver biodiversity targets. And I think this is a key and long overdue action. Now, I note that Rachel Hamilton's got a number of detailed amendments to this amendment, and, you know, I'll listen carefully to her unpack those in a minute. Respect her work, I think, chairing CPG on horticulture. So we'll see where we get to on this. But, you know, what I'm looking for is an acknowledgement, really, that this is long overdue, that there is a pathway to banning peat extraction here, and that the government, you know, is prepared to take that, and we can move forward in the months to come. I'll leave my comments there just now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Ruskell. I now call Rachel Hamilton to move Amendment 32A and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener, and I move that amendment in my name. My amendments in this group are, as Mark Ruskell has said, amendments to his own Amendment 32, which introduces a prohibition on the sale or supply of peat for horticulture. And whilst I understand why Mark Ruskell has brought forward this amendment, you know, this is the trajectory. I think we know that we're going for a peat-free future for horticulture, but I don't think now is the time to kind of bring that to an immediate conclusion. I think we should put introduce crucial safeguards, and that's why my detailed amendments bring forward those safeguards to ensure that they are, before there is a prohibition, that ministers do the following, and I'm going to give some detail to this, but establish an expert horticultural group to advise on the technical measures, the supply of alternatives to peat and market readiness. As Mark Ruskell has said, I am the convener of the cross-party group on horticulture and gardening, and you know, we have many experts that are ready and willing to stand ready for their inclusion in such a group, and I think that they bring huge expertise to the CPG itself. Also require that ministers must consult with this group that is formed before introducing any regulations, and undertake a full economic and environmental impact assessment on market readiness, the availability of alternatives and projections on international trade and market access. Ensure that there is alignment across the UK to avoid any unnecessary exclusion from the UK Internal Market Act 2020. We don't want to see obstructions in the supply chain because there are enough challenges in the economic and business environment as it stands right now. And finally, my amendments introduce safeguards to protect businesses by allowing ministers to create exemptions to any prohibition, provide 12 months after any prohibition to allow for the sale or supply of existing peat stock, and ensure there is not an end to professional use before 2030, which I think is a reasonable time frame or aim for the government to have. Also conduct a review ahead of and following implementation of any prohibition for unforeseen peat-free supply chain disruption and market issues. And this review will provide advice to ministers based on expert horticultural group, and allow the government to pause or suspend regulation and advice to ministers. There are, of course, many social, cultural and practical considerations that we must make here, and I know the government are alive to those particular considerations. These amendments were drafted alongside the Horticultural Trades Association, who are the secretariat of the cross-party group on horticulture and gardening. They represent 85 members, businesses across 144 sites in Scotland, and Mr Fairley has spoken at the CPG, so he's well aware of the representation on this group. This sector contributes £2.6 billion to Scotland's economy and support nearly 60,000 jobs, and it's important that we support the horticultural industry so that they can continue to benefit the communities and the environment. I want to just summarise by saying that I think I've highlighted the importance of, I don't like the word transition, but looking towards extending the readiness of the industry, because it is such an important industry and it has a much greater, wider societal impact as well. And I'll leave it there. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Any other members? Minister.
Thank you very much, Convener. First of all, I'd like to say that I can absolutely understand Mark Ruskell's frustration. I get that this was in the previous commitment from the government, but I want to assure the committee that as a government we are absolutely committed to progressing with an effective ban on the sale of peat for horticulture in Scotland. And we are making steady progress towards that. We had a consultation in 2023, and there is widespread support from both the retail and commercial horticulture. Indeed, UK horticulture now uses a third less peat than it did in 2011. And since that consultation, to inform the scope and the timings of any ban in Scotland, we've engaged widely with the sector. I've visited nurseries that are using peat on a commercial basis and on the basis of direct sales to the public. There's been roundtable discussions. There's soon to be a published research that's commissioned by the Climate Exchange. And that's focused on the challenges facing commercial horticulture in particular as it plans its transitioning. I know that Rachel Hallam doesn't like that word, but we are transitioning away from the use of peat. However, as both sets of amendments allude, the Internal Market Act would have an effect on such a ban. And as drafted, both sets of amendments commit Scotland in law either to the vagaries of securing that Internal Market Act exclusion or to play in the waiting game for the rest of the UK to bring regulations into force on the same date. Now, these approaches are neither... Give me 2 seconds. Sure. For the point that I've just made, these approaches are neither advisable or desirable. They don't provide the certainty that we need, and crucially, they do not supply the certainty to the sector. So I'll take an intervention from Mark Ruskell.
And this might be a kind of sensitive area, given history, but I'm just wondering if there has been any inter-ministerial discussions about securing an exemption to the Internal Market Act. Because, I mean, clearly, you know, that has been done successfully before, particularly with single-use vapes, and you know, that provision under the Environmental Protection Act, Section 140, is available if everybody's happy with that. And obviously that's the challenge, isn't it, getting everybody happy in the UK?
There has been various discussions with the UK government about banning peat, but bear in mind we had a change of government last year, so the conversations we had with the previous government are not the same as the conversations we're having with the current government. But if I continue with my notes, then I'll perhaps answer some of the questions that you're looking for. Banning the sale of peat in Scotland ahead of the rest of the UK, it risks our industry here in Scotland and the vast number of jobs that it supports. Having a backstop for the legislation to come into force creates risks if an exclusion from the UKIMA or agreement with the four nations is not reached before then, and the process implied by the amendments are not feasible within the achieved timescales. And in fact, I'll make one point. We had an effective ban on glue traps, which was caught by the UK Internal Market Act in the process of the Wildlife and Urban Management Bill, and that's still not come into effect yet. So the point I'm making is, rather than us trying to do this individually to make some sort of statement, we should be doing it collaboratively over the whole of the UK, which is what I am trying to do.
Would the
I will take an intervention, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, Minister, if you're speaking to Mark Ruskell's amendments, because my amendments look to align align with the rest of the UK through the Internal Market Act. I would ask the Minister, I know I've read the 2023 responses to the consultation, and I would say, in a way, the Minister, to speak to the amendments, has cherry-picked the parts that he wanted to talk about in that consultation. There were, to back up my amendments, many individuals and organisations in the horticultural sector who were very concerned. I mean, 57% of people were very concerned about a peat ban, and they raised issues such as increased cost, disruption to supply chain, productivity issues, you know, unsuitability of type of peat that would be a non-peat-free version for specifics like growing potatoes, etc. Mm-hmm. So I would ask the Minister, whilst he's giving me reassuring me that, you know, this is ongoing and that has to wait for the UK to bring forward their ban, what is the government doing to speak specifically to expert horticultural voices?
I'm happy to come on to that point, and I'm speaking to both sets of amendments as I go through, because I'm tying the whole thing together. Because I think what we do need to do is to go about this in a way that is both effective and efficient, and working with the industry to make that transition a success. So I'll give an absolute commitment. Any further discussion that is going forward, the member raised a point earlier on about, is there an expert panel? Well, there isn't an expert panel, but I give an absolute commitment there will be no decisions made until we've had full consultation and constructive dialogue with the sector, because I'm well aware of what the problems are in terms of bringing a ban in, either before the rest of the UK and then we get hit with the UKIMA, because of the impacts that will have on jobs and the industry themselves here in Scotland. That will be massively disadvantageous to us, so therefore I'm not prepared to do that. But we also have to... I think the other thing about this is the industry have accepted the fact. Now, I take the point that you're saying about the consultation. The industry have accepted the fact that we are going to have a ban on peat, but there is ongoing work and lots of really good work going on about how we are going to transition and what the new forms of media are going to be. So as long as we've got that in our minds, that the industry are coming with us, government are making sure that we speak to them, but there's also widespread engagement across the four nations so that we can bring it in at a time that works for all the countries within the UK, because I think it doesn't benefit anybody if we don't do it in that manner, specifically the horticultural sector here in Scotland. Absolutely, yeah.
Well, the Minister will appreciate that, I've brought forward these amendments sort of in fear, in a way, that because the ban would be brought in too early, perhaps if the UK government moved at a certain point. And I was responding to Mark Ruskell's amendment, and now, it's a good opportunity to debate this. Whether it's the right place, I don't know, but I couldn't with certainty let this amendment go unamended. And I don't know. I think Mark Ruskell and I agree that we have to reach a certain point, and obviously agree with the Minister on that. But I think we would really like, I'm speaking on behalf of Mark here now, but we would really like to have a follow-up. I would really like to have a follow-up on this. And I mean, obviously, the Minister seems as though he's not going to support either of the amendments or any of the amendments. But I really believe that it is important that we follow this up. We both have an opportunity. I have an opportunity to meet with the Minister to discuss this further.
I'll say to both of you, I would ask the committee not to support any of the amendments that are in this part of the bill, but that's not because we're against it. It's not because we're trying to subvert what it is that Mr Ruskell's trying to achieve. We absolutely agree with all of that, but we want to do it in the most efficient and effective way possible that doesn't disadvantage our industry in Scotland over other parts of the UK. We have got constructive discussions ongoing at a four-nation approach at the moment, and that's the way I would like it to continue. If we pass these amendments today, that has the potential effect of subverting the work that is ongoing on a four-nations basis. And I'll give an absolute commitment that we are pushing as hard as we can to get the UK government to come to the table so we get an agreement that we can do across the four nations, which is effective right across the UK. So I would ask the members not to press their amendments. If they do, then I'd ask the committee to vote against them.
Thank you, Minister. Mark Ruskell, to wind up on Amendment 30.
Okay, well, I mean, once again, we're doing a lot of heavy lifting in this committee this morning, aren't we, Convener? I mean, look, I think there is obviously a conversation ahead of stage 3. I still believe that a commitment, a restatement of the commitment is needed in legislation, and whether that's, a restatement of the commitment which reflects on extending readiness or delivering a transition. I think the destination is quite clear. We're moving towards peat-free in Scotland. I think everybody acknowledges that. And I would reflect on the fact that, Northern Ireland, they have set a date. So I think at the very least, that could be something which we could reflect on and get a consensus on. And it appears that, I'll take a brief one, yeah.
It's just that, obviously, Northern Ireland have devolved powers. Why do you think that Northern Ireland have set a date without waiting for the internal market to sort of, to work with the UK government?
I don't have an answer to that question, but that's something certainly we could explore in discussions with the Minister. So I do think there's scope here to reflect on this ahead of stage. Do you want to come back in, Mr.
I'd really ask the members not to press these amendments, because there's an absolute commitment from the government to continue to do the work that we're doing. We're working across the four nations, and whatever Northern Ireland does in their backyard is entirely up to them. But they will come across the same problems as we would have. And as I pointed out, we've still got the issue of glue traps. It's been cleared, and yet we still don't have it as doable. So I would just ask for. I get that you've been very patient, Mr Ruskell, but I'd ask for a bit more patience to allow us to continue to the work across the four nations, and we will press as hard as we can to get an effective ban that works right across the country.
Okay. Well, I mean, Northern Ireland is one of the four nations, so they've clearly set the tone here. I think I'm just going to finish there. I mean, I won't move this amendment today, but I think there is consideration that's needed as to what could be appropriate as a consensus position on this ahead of stage 3. I'll draw my comments to a finish.
Thank you, Mr Ruskell. Rachel Hamilton, to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 32A.
Okay, I'm not hugely confident that we are going to get anywhere with by withdrawing these amendments. However, Mark Ruskell's withdrawn his amendments. I think it's only fair to work collegiately on this because we have all agreed that we're going to this trajectory, towards this trajectory. The sector just need a little bit more time to get to that point. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't the, I'm the convener of that CPG on horticulture. I wouldn't be doing my job if I hadn't raised this in response to Mark Ruskell's amendment. So I'm going to withdraw, but I am putting it on the record that I want the Minister, Jim Fairley, to commit to working with Mark and I. Thank you.
Hamilton. The member has indicated that they wish to withdraw the amendment. Does any member object? No member has objected. Now I call Amendment 32B, 32C, 32D, 32E, 32F, 32G and 32H, all in the name of Rachel Hamilton and all previously debated with Amendments 32. And invite Rachel Hamilton to move Amendment 32B to 32H en bloc.
Not moved.
Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 32B to 32H?
I'm not moving them. What?
You're not moving them?
No.
Does any member object? No. So it's not been considered, so we'll not consider that question. Now move to Mark Ruskell to press or withdraw Amendment 32.
Not moved.
That has been withdrawn. Does any member wish to object to that amendment being withdrawn? No. Thank you. I now call... bear with me. When you amend amendments, I just want to make sure we stick to the script. So that has been withdrawn and no member has objected. I now call Amendment 40 in the name of Lorna Slater, already debated with Amendment 54. Mark Ruskell to move or not move? Not moved. That's not been moved, so will not be considered. The question is that Amendment 40, I beg your pardon, I call Amendment 41 in the name of Mark Ruskell, already debated with Amendment 54. Mark Ruskell to move or not move?
Moved.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 41 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members wishing to object? Those members abstaining? And the result of the vote is 5 for, 4 against. The amendment has therefore been agreed. I call Amendment 76 in the name of Mark Ruskell. Group with Amendment 77. Mark Ruskell to... Oh, I beg your pardon. Jim Fairley is now not the Minister in charge of this part of the bill. So when I moved on to Nature Networks, I will suspend the meeting for a changeover in witness. Thank you. Secretary Gillian Martin, and I call Amendment 76 in the name of Mark Ruskell, grouped with Amendment 77. Mark Ruskell to move Amendment 76 and speak to both amendments in the group.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Happy to move Amendment 76. They both relate to delivering nature networks in Scotland. And as the Government rightly highlights, nature networks deliver multiple benefits beyond biodiversity. They store carbon, they mitigate floods, they regulate temperature in our towns and villages and cities. They improve our mental and physical health. And they really are a keystone of the Scottish Biodiversity Strategy because fragmentation of nature is a key driver of its decline. So Amendment 76 introduces a requirement for ministers to report on progress to establish nature networks and ensure that they are actually effective. Embedding a reporting requirement at ministerial level will ensure coordinated delivery that complements the bottom-up approach at council level. And I think we're all aware of some excellent work that councils are doing on the ground to establish nature networks and embed that into local planning. So without this amendment, we do risk nature networks being overlooked The Government has set ambitious goals for the planning system to deliver positive effects for biodiversity and also for private finance to support the ambitions of the biodiversity strategy. But without a strategically coordinated pipeline of projects identified through nature networks, we risk missing those opportunities. Amendment 77 adds a requirement for the forthcoming land use strategy to consider ecological connectivity delivered through nature networks. So the land use strategy provides the context for major land use decisions needed to meet Scotland's climate ambitions. And given that a key principle of this Natural Environment Bill is the need to tackle climate and nature together, it makes sense to explicitly include ecological connectivity within the land use strategy. The strategy also underpins regional land use partnerships which engage communities in shaping the land use changes required to meet climate targets. So elevating nature to the same level as climate in these discussions ensures that communities are involved in the decisions, particularly around nature networks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Oh, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Convener. I'm pleased that Mark Russell has drawn attention to the excellent work that's been done across the whole of Scotland to develop nature networks. However, I must point out that nature networks are currently identified as a key outcome in our Scottish biodiversity strategy, and we already have a requirement under Section 2 of the Nature Conservation Scotland Act to report on implementation of that strategy every 3 years. In addition, the templates for public bodies for reporting on compliance with the biodiversity duty were updated in 2023 to ensure they specifically refer to nature networks. To support public bodies and local authorities in particular, Nature Scot has developed a Nature Networks toolbox, which contains a wide range of information, including the detail on many of the topics which have been referenced in this amendment, such as sources of public and private financing. So I would prefer that we focus our resource on helping local authorities in our national parks delivering nature networks across Scotland, rather than having to compile a report which duplicates the information already provided in our report on the implementation of the biodiversity strategy, and again adds an unnecessary administrative burden which takes away from action. So given this, I don't think Amendment 76 is necessary, and I would ask Mr Ruskell not to press it on that basis. Amendment 77. Our land managers have a hugely important role to play in helping tackle the nature and climate crisis, and I recognise the good work that they're already doing. Our biodiversity strategy and delivery plan already recognise the importance of nature networks, with a range of actions being identified to expand and enhance ecological connectivity across Scotland. The mechanisms to set out Scottish Ministers' objectives for nature networks and report on progress for these will be through the Scottish Biodiversity Strategy reporting. And the Government has already embedded nature networks within our national planning framework and is providing significant support and assistance to local authorities and other delivery bodies. The Land Use Strategy is a requirement of the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009 to ensure that Scottish Ministers give due consideration to the need for and delivery of sustainable land use. The recent consultation on the fourth land use strategy has focused on the role of integrated land use in achieving a balance across the multiple demands that are placed on Scotland's land. The consultation responses did not suggest an action on nature networks similar to this amendment. Nature networks and wider ecological connectivity are, of course, a key part of the complex landscape of sustainable land use, but it's essential they're integrated alongside other elements such as sustainable food production, forestry, peatland restoration, energy and housing. The Climate Change Act requires the land use strategy to consider this integrated and balanced range of land uses, and introducing a specific reference to one land use shifts the focus away from the integrated approach which stakeholders strongly supported in the recent strategy consultation. So for those reasons, I don't support this amendment, and I think it would unhelpfully alter the approach to sustainable land use, which has been carefully balanced within our land use strategy. I would encourage Mark Ruskell not to move. It failing, I would ask members not to support it. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Mark Ruskell, to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 76.
I'm going to press this because, Scottish Wildlife Trust have been doing a huge amount of work over many years on nature networks. And I think their concern, and the concern of many stakeholders, is that although these networks are referenced within Scottish Biodiversity Strategy and it's kind of part of the work stream, they're not central to it. And I think there would be benefit in drawing out the work that's being done to support nature networks across Scotland and have specific reporting around that. I mean, I wouldn't see this as a land use that's in competition with other land uses. I would see this as integral to all land uses, because every single land use will have a corridor where nature can pass through. You know, agricultural land has hedgerows and other networks within that particular land use. So, you know, and the same with the urban landscape as well. You know, our parks, our cycle lanes, you know, all form part of nature networks. So it's not something that can be considered to one side. It should be integral to all forms of land uses. And I think to a certain extent there's perhaps within some parts of government a little bit of a misunderstanding from my perspective about the central importance of nature networks and how it needs to be integrated into all forms of land use. So I think for those reasons I will press today, but you know, I accept the points that the Cabinet Secretary has made around the fact that these are being considered. I just don't think they're being considered in a central way, and they need to be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ruskell. And the question is that Amendment 76 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 77 in the name of Mark Ruskell, already debated with Amendment 76. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 77 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 78 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 11. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not being moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 79 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 11. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 80 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 11. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not move.
That has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 81 in the name of Mercedes Villalba. Not moved. That will not be considered. The question is... that's not moved. I call Amendment 82 in the name of Mercedes Villalba. Not moved. That will not be considered. I call Amendment 83.
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 84 in the name of Mercedes Villalba. That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 85 in the name of Mercedes Villalba.
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. Call Amendment 86 in the name of Mercedes Villalba.
Not moved.
It's not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 87 in the name of Mercedes Villalba.
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 88 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 11.
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 90 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 17. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Moved.
That has been moved. The question is that Amendment 90 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposing? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 91 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 17. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 91 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members wishing to abstain? I beg your pardon. Oppose? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment therefore has not been agreed. I call Amendment 92 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 17. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 92 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 1 for, 8 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 93 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 17. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 328 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 17. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 328 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 7 for, 2 against. The amendment has therefore been agreed. I call Amendment 95 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 17. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 96 in the name of Maurice Golding, already debated with Amendment 17. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be agreed, not be considered. I call Amendment 97 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 17. Tim Eagle, to move or not move? That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 98 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated. Tim Eagle, to move or not? Not moved. And that has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 98 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 17. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Moved.
I beg your pardon. I call Amendment 99 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 17. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That's not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 100 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 17. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 101 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 17. Tim Eagle, to move or not move? That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 156 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 17. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 157 in the name of Murdo Fraser, already debated with Amendment 57. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
For the sad eagle, moved.
That is moved. So the question is that Amendment 157 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not all agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 158 in the name of Mercedes Villalba. To move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved, so that will not be considered. I call Amendment 159 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 11. To move or not move?
Not moved.
It's not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 160 in the name of Mercedes Villalba.
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 161 in the name of Mercedes Villalba.
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call 162 in the name of Mercedes Villalba.
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 163 in the name of Mercedes Villalba.
Not moved.
That is not moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 164 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already
Not
debated.
moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I will now suspend the meeting to once again allow for a changeover in witnesses. So I now call Amendment 256 in the name of Emma Roddick, grouped with Amendments 225, I beg your pardon, 325, 326, 327, 271 and 284. Emma Roddick to move Amendment 256 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener, and I move Amendment 256 in my name. This amendment would allow ministers to, by regulation, introduce the ability for local authorities to issue fixed penalty notices in relation to any bylaws that they introduce to prevent wildfires. This amendment came about through conversations with the Highland Council. As members will know, the bylaws introduced by the Cairngorms National Park Authority recently to prevent wildfires were met with a great reaction locally. And I've had many constituents write to me, including some who were impacted by the Daban Moor fire this year, asking for similar to be brought in out with the parks area. So I've made that case on their behalf to multiple councils, and I believe that case is very strong. However, council officers have shared with me that an inability to issue fixed penalty notices is preventing them from bringing forward their own bylaws, as they need to have confidence that they're enforceable and that penalties are known and clear and can act as a deterrent. And they cannot be sure of being able to resource this if there is no ability to fine. So I would like to see local authorities be given this opportunity in the way that we are allowing national parks to manage their bylaws through this bill. I also note that this was mentioned in some responses to this committee's call for views at stage 1, where multiple respondents suggested in response to the question on national park powers, which was overwhelmingly supported, that this could be extended to other authorities as well. So I'd be very interested to hear from the Minister about what is under consideration, what the government's position is on local authorities being able to issue fixed penalty notices, and if the government will support this ask from councils who are most at risk of wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Eagle to speak to Amendment 325 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Members may remember that this isn't my first time talking about Muirburn and wildlife management, having argued for very similar amendments at stage 3 of the Land Reform Scotland Bill. In 2024, the Scottish Parliament passed the Wildlife Management in Muirburn Scotland Act, which prevents anyone from making Muirburn on land without first achieving a licence. After two delays due to stakeholder concern, the licensing scheme is due to come into force next year. Now, the effect of that may be that less people are able to make Muirburn, or people will stop Muirburn altogether, curtailing the obviously necessary work to prevent the devastating effects that took place at Carbridge and Darva in the Cairngorms this year from taking place again, very damaging wildfires. The devastation and scale of these fires cannot be overstated. They are considered the largest such wildfires in Scottish history and burnt more than 11,000 hectares of moorland and forestry. Licensing will only make it harder for skilled land managers to carry out preventative Muirburn. This will see combustible fuel loads increase and potentially the loss of those in the industry who played such a vital role in containing the recent fires. My Amendment 325 therefore repeals part of the Muirburn licensing scheme conditions from the Wildlife Management in Muirburn Scotland Act 2024, that being the conditions related to applications for making Muirburn on peatland. It would mean that all land, whether peatland or not, would be subject to the same conditions when a licence is being considered. My Amendment 326 goes further and seeks to completely repeal the Muirburn licensing scheme, removing it from the Act for the same reasons that I've already stated. Now, my Amendment 327 is in response to those wildfires. We know, and I've stated before on the record, that many businesses and land managers were involved in tackling those wildfires to the benefit of communities, and I remain incredibly grateful to communities for coming out, and the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service for that matter, in coming out in support during that time. My Amendment 327 provides that the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service must set up a wildlife response unit to manage and protect land in the event of wildfire, with appropriate vehicles, aerial support, commanders with enhanced authority, etc. I'm aware the Minister has been doing some work on this, and I'm grateful for the roundtable he put together. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it, but I am still want to push at length to the committee the importance of making sure that we have provision in Scotland to tackle any wildfire in any part of Scotland. Thank you.
Mr Eagle, I call Beatrice Wishart to speak to Amendment 271 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 271 relates to the licensing scheme for Muirburn passed under the Wildlife Management and Muirburn Act 2024. The Muirburn licensing scheme is not yet in force following the Minister's recent decision to delay commencement of the scheme until next year, following the devastating wildfires near Carbridge and Dava. The Minister noted at the time that the delay would, and I quote, provide us with the time and opportunity to carefully consider the upcoming changes to Muirburn and how these changes can be brought forward in a way which does not adversely affect our ability to prevent and respond to wildfires. After the devastating wildfires this year, this approach is sensible. On 9 September, the Minister asked Nature Scot, the Cairnsgorms National Park Authority, Scottish Land and Estates and the Scottish Gamekeepers Association to test the licensing scheme, principally to see whether licences would be granted on peatland for the purpose of preventing and reducing the risk of wildfire. The test required landholdings to prepare and submit licensing applications relating to their own circumstances following the Nature Scot licensing guidance. All test applications were completed by qualified land agents or specialist contractors. The test has now been concluded with the feedback provided to the Minister, and it's clear there are issues with the scheme which stem from primary legislation. Amendment 271 seeks to fix these issues in a targeted way while retaining the central architecture of the licensing scheme by changing two aspects of the provisions governing the granting of licences to make Muirburn on peatland. First, the amendment removes the presumption in favour of other methods of vegetation control if said methods are more practicable than Muirburn. This provision effectively prioritises methods such as cutting and grazing over Muirburn, which, in the context of preventing and reducing the risk of wildfire, is not appropriate. Fuel load is the only aspect of fire behaviour which can be controlled ahead of wildfire taking hold, and Muirburn is generally the most effective means of removing the fuel in its entirety. For this reason, prescribed burning is practised internationally to remove fuels in cooler months before they become a problem. Other methods, such as cutting, retain fuel in the landscape. Re-wetting plays a valuable role in promoting resilience to wildfire in the landscape, but it does not remove fuels in the same way Muirburn can. Second, the amendment replaces the test of necessity with that of appropriateness. Evidencing that Muirburn is necessary for the specified purpose constitutes a very high legal bar and was one of the main reasons why licences in the test phase were refused by Nature Scot. My proposals are to substitute necessary with appropriate, which retains regulatory oversight from Nature Scot. Turning now to the second part of my amendment, members will recall that during stage 2 of the Wildlife Management and Muirburn Bill, we unanimously agreed that approved training courses should be put in place for practitioners who make Muirburn. The approved training course is comprised of both theoretical and practical elements. The practical element ensures a practitioner can make Muirburn safely in the confines of a training environment under the direction of experienced instructors. However, Bright Spark burning techniques and Scottish Land and Estates have identified that training is not a licensable purpose for making Muirburn. Given the requirement to complete an approved training course with practical components, it seems that this is an oversight which should now be corrected. In addition, Bright Spark burning techniques is now actively training the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service to make Muirburn, or tactical backburns as they are referred to in the wildfire context. This is the technique of removing the fuel in front of the face of a wildfire by burning towards it. Such activity falls under the definition of training, for which there is currently no licensable purpose. In addition, it will occasionally be appropriate for training of the SFRS to be conducted outside the normal burning season so as to simulate conditions which are similar to those which might be faced in a wildfire. Accordingly, my amendment also seeks to put beyond doubt that training is a valid purpose for making Muirburn under licence from Nature Scot. I hope members will agree with my amendments to the Muirburn licensing scheme are reasonable, evidence-based and is required to not adversely affect our ability to prevent and respond to wildfires. And I look forward to hearing what the Minister has to say in response to those amendments.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. Rachel Hamilton to speak to Amendment 287 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 287 calls for a review of the impact of wildlife on biodiversity a review of the provision of fire services in rural areas, and requires the Scottish Government to publish data on the volume of greenhouse gases released as a result of wildfires. Scotland has experienced 250 wildfires this year, a sharp increase from previous years. Earlier this year, 90 wildfires burned across one weekend alone. Not only are wildfires dangerous and destructive, but they're also a major contributor to greenhouse gases. The Fire Brigades Union have previously warned that the service is struggling to cope with wildfires, saying they're very, very resource-intensive incidents, which, with climate change, will only get worse. It's important to recognise the role the private sector plays in wildfire management. During the devastating Carbridge-Dava wildfire, alongside the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, rural businesses provided nearly £4 million worth of equipment and 110 volunteers, 83 of whom had direct experience in land management and fire control. This expertise is invaluable, and I welcome recent engagement from the Scottish Government on this issue with industry members and elected representatives, of which I attended that meeting alongside the Minister. However, there is still a long way to go. My amendment also introduces Did somebody say something? My amendment also introduces an assessment of fire provision in rural areas, which reflects the concerns of my constituents in Hoyk, who are potentially facing a partial closure of their fire station. If the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service proposals go ahead, they will have a clear impact of people's safety in the borders. Amendment 287 looks to ensure that rural Scotland has the resources and understanding to tackle wildfires and rural fires. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? No. Minister.
Thank you very much, Convener. So, on Amendment 256, I support the intention behind this proposal and the underlying policy aim, as it would enable the Scottish Government to make regulations for a fixed penalty notice regime in order to enforce local authority bylaws aimed at the prevention of wildfires. However, I do not believe that this bill is the right place for that change. As the Committee is aware, Part 3 of the bill includes similar regulation-making powers that enable national park authorities to issue fixed penalty notices for bylaw breaches within national parks. This will be an important additional enforcement tool, including for the new fire management bylaws that will come into force in the Cairngorms National Park in the spring. These fire management bylaws aim to deter irresponsible behaviour and ensure improved compliance and behaviour change in order to reduce the growing risk of wildfires. They'll form part of the integrated wildfire management plan within the national park, and it will also include enhanced patrols at key sites, training for rangers, signage, a targeted wildfire communications campaign, and coordination within the landowners, NGOs, public bodies, businesses and communities. So I can understand why Emma Roddick has proposed similar fixed penalty notice powers for local authorities that may be considering whether to introduce fire management bylaws in their areas. But in my view, at this stage, there's more detailed work that needs to be done before proposing legislative changes, and that's why I cannot support Amendment 256. We have to consult local authorities and other partners to ascertain the most effective means by which to prevent and manage these wildfires. And it's important to note that, similar to the way the fixed penalty notice regime is likely to work in national parks, we would not expect full cost recovery of enforcing bylaws to be covered in income from financial penalties. I will, yeah.
So I understand what he's saying there around the fixed penalty notices maybe not covering the full cost of enforcing such bylaws, but I have written to the Scottish Government on previous occasions about bringing in bylaws to outlaw disposable barbecues being used at times of high wildfire risk. And the Scottish Government's responses have indicated that the expectation is that local authorities should be bringing in those bylaws as things stand. So even partly being able to cover the cost of that resource surely should be considered.
Okay. Well, local authorities have the ability to do things at the moment, but if the member allows me to continue with the points that I'm going to make around this, it will maybe make the position clearer. We've talked about the issues that have happened post-Dava, and as a result of that, myself and Siobhan Brown committed to developing the Scottish Wildfire Strategic Action Plan, and that was informed by the recent Wildfire Summit. There was cross-sector engagement at the Ministerial Roundtable with MSPs, and the action plan will include prevention, preparedness, response and recovery, but it will also consider whether any legislative changes would be required to support the actions within it at that time. So there's going to be a lot of weight carried by this Strategic Welfare Action Plan, I suppose is the point that I'm trying to make. I don't believe that we should be preempting the work of that action plan, and crucially, we need to make sure we've got a consultation with local authorities and other partners as we go through this process. And it's on that basis, and this is an issue we expect to explore further as part of the Developing Wildfire Action Plan, I can't support the amendment today, but it is something we will return to in the future. And I'd be happy to meet with Ms Roddick to discuss this further ahead of Stage 3 to fully consider the most appropriate approach to tackling this issue. So I therefore ask Ms Roddick not to press that or consider withdrawing that amendment today. And if it's pressed, I'd ask the committee not to support it. On Amendments 325 and 326, I fully understand the concerns from practitioners around Muirburn, especially in the context of this year's wildfires, which is why we announced a delay to the licensing scheme until the start of next autumn in 2026. Doing so was to give us the time to carefully consider how those necessary changes to licensing can be brought forward in a way which does not adversely affect our ability to prevent and respond to wildfires. With regards to Amendment 325, some parts of Scotland are uniquely vulnerable. Our rural terrain is rich by biodiversity, our extensive peatlands are ecologically precious and highly susceptible to fire. And when peatlands burn, they release large amounts of carbon, undoing years of work in a matter of hours. And Mr Eagle's amendment would see that there is no difference in how licences from Muirburn on peatland or non-peatland are treated. So we remain committed to ensuring that Muirburn is carried out appropriately and safely, and in a manner that ensures the environment does not suffer as a result. I will, yeah.
So, Minister, I guess what we're trying to... Well, one, I mean, I'm no expert on Muirburn, but my understanding is that when you do Muirburn on peatland areas, you don't burn the peatland, you burn above it. So actually, this is about getting rid of a build-up of stock that could cause significant fires and affect communities. But so that would be the first point I'd make, which is why I think it is possible to bring the two together. But the second point, you've just said then that you're taking serious consideration before you bring these licenses into effect. There's been 2 delays. So can you just tell us then, what are you doing? Are you speaking quite widely with stakeholders then? And what are you hoping to put into place that will make these licenses and all the stakeholders out there, the practitioners out there that are doing this, able to... Basically what I'm saying is, how do we keep communities safe? What is it you're looking for to keep communities safe?
Well, OK, on the very last point that you made, the strategic wildfire... I can never remember what we call it. The strategic wildfire strategy that I just spoke about. As I said, that's going to do an awful lot of heavy lifting because there's a hell of a lot of work going into that. And your question about whether we are engaging with stakeholders, absolutely. I had a meeting with the Scottish Gamekeepers Association last week. I met the young keepers there. We are having extensive conversations about what is needed, what they are capable of doing, what the restrictions could or could not be on them, and how we make this system work so that they continue to feel they can continue to carry out the benefits of Muirburn, but do it in a safe and practicable way. And those conversations are ongoing, which is why I delayed the incoming of the licence to next year. Yeah.
Just then on that then, why the licences then? If we are getting to a position where we recognise that there is more and more wildfires, we recognise the benefit that practitioners, the young gatekeepers, etc. are bringing, then rather than the administrative burden of wild licences, why not scrap the licensing scheme and instead maybe have a code of practice or something that practitioners could use that might protect rural communities more in the future?
I absolutely do not agree to that at all. The licensing scheme, practitioners themselves see the value of a licensing scheme. And the member will be very well aware, not less than 24 hours after I had suspended the bringing of the licensing scheme previously, there was a wildfire in Dinnet set by somebody set in Muirburn in an inappropriate way. So a licensing scheme is absolutely essential. It's going to be coming in. The practitioners know that scheme is going to be coming in, but we will do it in a way that allows gamekeepers and land managers to continue to do it in a manner that they can live with, and a manner that allows them to get the full training that they need. But I'll reiterate the point that I made previously. I've had extensive conversations, and I will continue to have those extensive conversations with land managers and the practitioners and the people who do the training in order to make sure we get a balanced position to allow the Muirburn to continue, but do it in a way that is safe. So I would recommend either the member withdraws that one or that members oppose that amendment. So, following the wildfires we experienced this year, on Amendment 327, after the wildfires last year, I absolutely share the members' aspirations to enhance the wildfire resilience moving forward, and it is something we have committed to doing. We've got extensive engagement, as I've already said, and that has to be maintained with relevant public bodies and external stakeholders. As I mentioned in relation to Amendment 256, the Government is developing the Scottish Wildfire Strategic Action Plan, and that is informed largely by the Wildfire Summit, cross-sector engagement and the Ministerial Roundtable with MSPs earlier on. That will include prevention, preparedness, response and recovery. We're only just beginning to develop the strategic action plan in preparation for next year's wildfire season and beyond, and are still carefully considering everything in the round. It is therefore important that we don't preempt the outcomes from that. The development of the plan, coupled with the fact that the proposed amendment would place an unhelpful prescriptive duty on SFRS, who already carry out much of what has been proposed under business as usual, means that I would not support the amendment from Tim Eagle. On Amendment 271 from Beatrice Wishart, that seeks to make a number of changes to the Muirburn licensing scheme. First of all, the amendment would add training, generally as a standalone licensable purpose for making Muirburn on any land, including peatland. Secondly, the amendment proposes to lower the threshold for a granting licence for Muirburn and peatland to where Scottish ministers are satisfied that the making of Muirburn is appropriate rather than necessary for that specified purpose. And finally, it removes the additional test in relation to land that is peatland, which requires Scottish ministers to be satisfied that no other method of vegetation control is practicable. Excuse me.
I can see some. I have some sympathy with Beatrice Wishart's amendment because it gives land managers a little bit more latitude to be flexible. Because currently, if NatureScot are denying those licences because they include a certain amount of peatland, they are actually not considering the other elements, such as the protection of woodland. And I think the Minister is well aware of this situation, which is actually limiting and could cause more damage to biodiversity. Okay,
on that, allow me to continue because we will get to a lot of these points as we go through the notes that I have here. So, specifically on the training, I absolutely support the intention behind the change, and I would be very happy to work with the member to ensure that that purpose can be included in the Muirburn licensing scheme going forward. However, the current wording means that it's not linked to an approved training course. So I should make it absolutely clear. This doesn't mean that a head keeper can go out and train his junior keepers, because therefore we're back to business as usual. If we're going to look at training, very much want to take that conversation forward with the member, but it has to be done on the basis of an approved training course. On the other two changes, I fully appreciate the concern from many on increased wildfire risk. As a result of increased fuel loads, the catastrophic damage wildfires can cause to our peatlands, which clearly I saw myself and a lot of you did yourself over the summer. But Muirburn is not the silver bullet. It has a role to play in mitigating against wildfire in both prevention and response, but we need to get the balance right between protecting the peatlands and the potential negative consequences of Muirburn and the devastation of wildfires. And it's a tricky balance. But NatureScot have been working with stakeholders on test Muirburn applications, as Beatrice Wishart has pointed out, and I will be speaking with NatureScot and the stakeholders on the outcomes of those applications to ensure that we've got the balance right. Now, we instructed Nature's Scientific Advisory Committee to look again at the science around Muirburn in the light of the increased wildfire risks, and the outcomes from this should be available early in the next year, and that's a significant move. So I'd like to ask the member not to press these amendments and work with me between Stage 2 and Stage 3 on updated wording on the training purposes for Muirburn. I'd also ask the member to work with me and NatureScot between Stage 2 and 3 on the peatlands aspects of the Muirburn licence scheme to ensure that any changes that we bring forward strike the right balance and do not undermine the effectiveness of the licensing scheme and the protections that it offers to peatlands. So therefore, I'd ask the member not to press this amendment, and if it is pressed, I'd ask other members to oppose it. Turning to Rachel Hamilton's Amendment 287, I absolutely recognise the importance of monitoring and reporting on wildfires, and I share the member's commitment to improving our understanding of their impacts. However, legislation for this at this stage is unnecessary and it risks duplicating work that is already underway. As set out earlier, we have got the Scottish Wildfire Strategic Action Plan. I believe that everything that this amendment is trying to do, such as assessing the impacts on wildlife habitats and conservation and fire service ready capacity, is being addressed in that work already. Introducing a statutory reporting duty now would preempt the outcomes of that strategic plan, and it could result in reporting requirements that are not fit for purpose because we don't know what's going to come out of that plan. So for these reasons, I can't support the Amendment 287 as it is drafted, but I'm happy to work with Rachel Hamilton at Stage 3 to consider how we might provide certainty around the action we'll take and work together on an amendment if necessary. So I therefore ask the member not to press that amendment and, if pressed, urge members to oppose it at this stage.
Thank you, Minister. Calling Emma Roddick to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 256.
Thanks, Convener. Recognising that my group does not support this amendment and on the basis that the Minister has agreed to meet with me ahead of Stage 3 to discuss the best way to progress this, which I understand may not be this bill, I will withdraw, but I do want to indicate that there is strong support for this move from the worst affected councils and indeed from other colleagues in other parties on this committee. So I do look forward to that discussion taking place.
The member has indicated that they wish to withdraw the amendment. Does any member object? No. So the amendment is withdrawn. I now call Amendment 257 in the name of Douglas Ross, grouped with Amendments 258, 259, 260, 261, 262 and 263. Douglas Ross to move Amendment 257 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Convener, and I move Amendment 257 in my name. This is a group on its own about gulls, and it continues a number of discussions, sometimes passionate and in my case animated, that I've had with the Minister about the issue of gulls. But it is an issue I think deserves attention in this Parliament, despite what others say. And I think this bill that we have in front of us today is an opportunity to address some of the concerns that have been raised by my constituents and constituents of other MSPs. And I'd particularly like to mention at this point Fergus Ewing for the work he has done on this issue, particularly around Inverness and Nairn, and the engagement he's had with local bids and others. And I also want to make it very clear, because Mr Ruskell has in the past claimed that I want to kill every gull in Scotland. I don't want to kill them all. And indeed, this series of amendments, a suite of amendments, wouldn't necessarily kill any gulls. It is looking particularly at the powers of Nature Scot, which I'll come on to in a moment, and also the information we have, which I think is lacking. So first of all, my Amendment 257 gets to the heart of something I have repeatedly raised with the Minister, and I respect he has taken a different view on this and may still take a different view, but I would like to get it on the record. I think Nature Scot have a serious conflict of interest. They are charged by this Minister and this Government to both conserve bird numbers and determine the licences to control bird numbers. I don't in any way see how those two things are compatible. I'll happily give way to the Minister.
If we look at the amendment, and the member will lay out what his amendment states just very shortly, but my understanding of this amendment is that the powers would be taken away from Nature Scot because the member does not trust Nature Scot to make an impassioned, unbiased decision. But is the member saying then that local authorities should dismiss the fact that gulls are a protected species, because they would have to consider that protected status the same as Nature Scot would?
They would, and I'll come on to the series of amendments because they offer the Minister and the Government a number of options. The licensing functions could be transferred to Government Ministers, could be transferred to local authorities, or could be transferred to any other body that the Scottish Government deem appropriate. But in terms of the considerations, I think the Minister himself has accepted in Parliament some of the determinations made by Nature Scot have been frankly ridiculous. I believe that was the wording he used. I'll repeat the example that I think he used in the Chamber. We had a case in Nairn where an application was made to remove a nest, and Nature Scot said this nest, very high up, a picture had to be taken of the nest with that day's newspaper. That's ridiculous, and I think the Minister accepted that in the Chamber.
I absolutely accept it, but I didn't call it ridiculous, I called it ludicrous.
OK, well, if that's all we're going to disagree on, Minister, I'll be very happy today.
It was a ludicrous requirement, but it was also something that, as a Minister, I could then speak to Nature Scot and say, can we please have more sensible discussions around what the licence is, so therefore, that's what was done. The member will also be aware that we had discussions around what the issues were up in the Inverness area that Mr Rotts and Mr Ewing brought to me. And we had those conversations, and the Minister has the ability to speak to NatureScot to say, this isn't working, can you please change it? And those things were done. Would the member accept the fact that that process is happening already?
Well, that process is happening, but not quickly enough. And I would refer the Minister, I'm sure he knows, to S6W 42266, the written question by Fergus Ewing, which the Minister answered yesterday, I think, which looked at the Inverness Gull Management Plan pilot. And that's still being developed by NatureScot. So it's several months since the Minister held his summit. We're not a million miles away from the next gull breeding season, and NatureScot are still sitting on their pilot plan for next year's nesting season. So, I will accept that the Minister has believes he's made some progress internally with NatureScot, but it doesn't look like they're moving quick enough, and certainly not for next year's breeding season. And we will very quickly come into the point of the year where these gulls' behaviour is even more aggressive as they try to protect their young and their eggs to nurture their young, and we don't have the plans in place to deal with that. But I'll go again.
Given the fact that it is now mid-December, I would suggest that there is time before the next breeding season, as NatureScot will be working at pace with local authorities to work out what it is that they're going to do for next season. So as a ministerial instruction, we can say to NatureScot, this is something we require you to do, and that work is ongoing. The fact that we're not in the breeding season right now would indicate to me that there is still time for NatureScot to be able to deliver those plans.
But that's contrary to what the Minister said in his written answer, because he went on to say the Scottish Government was unable to provide a definitive response to question S6W 41921, as the pilot plan will require continuous updates and adjustments. Consequently, it is not possible to confirm a date for when the plan will be fully finalised.
So
the Minister... Sorry, can I just finish this? Can I just finish this?
Minister,
yeah.
Can I remind members that this is, whilst I like an informality and a flow of conversation, this is not a debate between the Minister and the member. This is the member putting forward the reasons for his amendments, and the Minister is welcome to intervene, but I don't want this to become a two-way discussion between the members and the Ministers. If you could bear that in mind, please.
Well, I will, but I would just say I'm more than happy for this to be a 4, 6, 8, 10-way discussion, because I know this is an issue that affects all of our constituencies and regions. But I'll give way to the Minister after I put the point. He says we're not in the breeding season, which I agree, and we're in December, but he's also saying in his own written answers that he can't provide a date for this plan.
But the plan is a living, growing thing. It will continue to evolve, because we are not going to get all the answers for all the issues that we are facing with gull populations in urban Scotland immediately. That's going to be an ongoing process. But that doesn't mean to say there isn't work going on behind the scenes to say what we're going to do in the interim for that particular issue that is being faced by the parties that are involved in that current discussion. So I think it's kind of disingenuous to say that there is nothing being done and we haven't done anything, or that there is no progress being made. That progress has been made, and it has been made from the very first phone call that I had with yourself and Mr Ewing. We took action then, we continue to take action, and the plan that we've put in place will develop as we go along, because this is not an overnight fix by any stretch of the imagination. So I would like the member to perhaps consider the fact that it won't matter who has got the authority. They will always have to take into account the fact that these gulls are protected for a very good reason, and that as we find the solutions as we go forward, then those will be developed in conjunction with the people who are looking to have the issues resolved.
So if I can come back to that point, but if the Minister is saying there is progress, I'm willing to accept that. What I'm saying from the outside, those of us not in the ministerial corridor or his officials can't see that, because the written questions can't tell us anything about that progress. That's why Fergus Ewing put in the first written question, had to put in a second written question. So if that information can be shared in any way, it may provide some reassurance for the communities, particularly in Murray, in Elgin, and across in Nairn and Inverness, who are concerned about this, which is why the Minister travelled to the area to hold the summit. But to go back to the point the Minister finished by saying it won't matter who holds the power to issue these licences. Well, good. That makes my point. If it doesn't matter, according to the Minister himself, who holds this power, take it away from NatureScot, because they are not using this power effectively. They are issuing decisions which are, in the Minister's own words, ludicrous. I would have thought the day the Minister decided that applications determined by Nature Scott and their outcomes were ludicrous, the Minister should have said, the game's up. You are not suitable as an organisation to both be in charge of conserving bird numbers and dealing with the applications to control bird numbers. And that's why I do believe it should come away from Nature Scott because of their significant conflict of interest. And the options I provided, give it to local authorities, take it in-house to Scottish Government ministers, or provide another body which is not conflicted in this way. That's all I'm asking for in Amendment 257, and Amendment 258, Convener, is the opportunity to provide that to local authorities, and Amendment 259 to licensing to be done by Scottish Government ministers themselves. All three of these amendments also call for consultation with interested or affected persons. And there is no doubt there is a feeling out there that certainly until the Minister held his summit, and before and since then, from Nature Scott, that there is a lack of engagement. They are a top-down body. They tell people what they believe. They don't listen and they don't respond to local people. So I know when we had this question in the Chamber, Rhoda Grant rightly mentioned Councillor John Divers, Labour councillor in Elgin. John Divers has been dealing with this issue for a long time in the city he has represented for many, many years. He's someone with great experience who I think should be used by bodies such as Nature Scott to learn about the problems in those communities and respond. They should be speaking to Elgin Community Council. Now, Elgin Community Council were not invited to the Minister's Summit and have planned their own summit for next year. This is an organisation that is spending a significant amount of the Elgin Common Good Fund monies to deter gulls in the area because they are not getting the action they require from Nature Scott. I would love Nature Scott to listen more to Nairn and Inverness bids. Now, I know they were invited to his summit, but Lucy Harding and Lorraine McBride know more about the licensing and the operation within Nature Scott than anyone else I've met. They have been through this year after year after year. They propose sensible solutions with regard to licensing that were dismissed by Nature Scott at the summit. And in the end, what we got coming out of that summit, and I won't do the actions again, but was a recommendation that people should wave their arms going down the high streets to deter the birds, or draw googly eyes on pizza boxes. That is what is coming out of Nature Scott, rather than listening to people on the front line, dealing with this day in, day out, month after month, year after year, who have the expertise. Another I would urge Nature Scott to listen to is Bruce Robertson. Now, I know he wrote to the Minister and got a response recently. Bruce Robertson, again, has a wealth of knowledge and experience that is not being utilised by Nature Scott because they are a body that think they are untouchable. What they believe is gospel and no one else's views count. So I would urge the Minister to at least accept that element of my suite of amendments is necessary because they are not engaging widely enough. Did he want to come in there? No, sorry, I thought you wanted to come in. If I move on then, Convener, to Amendments 260 and 261. Amendment 260 calls on the Scottish Government to conduct an analysis of the spend by local authorities on gull management and deterrent. Now, the reason I put forward this amendment, the big flagship announcement from the Minister's Gull Summit was £100,000 being committed to local authorities to deal with gulls. £100,000 is a drop in the ocean, and we need to know what is actually required. Because I know my own local authority, Murray Council, has spent about £100,000 in recent years. That's one of 32 local authorities. I know Aberdeenshire Council has spent a huge amount of money. I know the Convener's own council in Dumfries and Galloway has spent a huge amount of money. But we don't know. Some of this is pieced together through Freedom of Information requests. Some of it is in committee reports. But surely, if the government got advice from his officials to say, go up to Inverness, announce £100,000 to be spent across the local authorities in Scotland, that figure came from somewhere. So was that determined based on how much councils are currently spending or projected to spend, or was it just plucked out of mid-air so the Minister could get, hopefully, some positive press coverage out of his visit to Inverness and the summit? We have no idea how that quantum of money was reached and how it will be spent. We still don't know if it is sufficient, and based on the limited information we have in the public domain, we know it will not be sufficient to be spread across the 32 local authorities. And then I come to Amendment 261. And the most surprising thing about this amendment was it was supported by the RSPB. I noticed in their briefing it was the one green in my suite of amendments that the RSPB support. Now, as a former member of the RSPB, I think they've lost a bit of love with me and I no longer pay my membership, not for these reasons, but they have been very against a lot of what I've said about gulls, and they take a very different view from me, and I respect that. But they even agree that we need an annual survey of gull numbers in Scotland. Because time and time again, this minister and others will come to the chamber to say they are a protected species because gull numbers are reducing. Well, they may be reducing on the coast, their natural habitat, but they're increasing in our urban communities. And the minister and his officials do not have the information they need to be able to make the case that licences should not be approved in these areas because the numbers are going down if, in fact, as I believe and others believe, the numbers in urban areas are going up. So if even the RSPB can support Amendment 261, I hope the minister can as well. Convener, this is an issue that I take very seriously because it is an issue that affects so many of my constituents. I won't reiterate the many horrifying cases of people being badly injured by these gulls, but that situation will only get worse and worse unless we can have proper licensing, which we are not getting from Nature Scot. So let's support the amendments that remove this licensing function from Nature Scot. Let's give it to a body that is not conflicted in the way Nature Scot is. Let's ensure we know how much local authorities are currently spending on actions to deter and control gull numbers, and let's ensure we have an annual survey of the numbers both in urban and coastal communities so we can make informed decisions going forward. Thank you, Convener.
Mr Ross. Rachel Hamilton to speak to Amendment 262 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. And I listened with great interest to Douglas Ross's explanations to his amendments because I fully support them. I believe that my amendments are complementary to his amendments, specifically around the support that I have for removing the powers of licensing from Nature Scot. I will go on to discuss why there could be a conflict of interest and agree with that one. But Amendment 262 requires ministers to undertake a review of measures taken to tackle urban gull problems, including how much funding has been allocated to each local authority to tackle disruptive urban gull populations, the methodology of funding, and outline what consultation and engagement has been done with local communities and affected businesses. My community and the constituencies, communities affected by gulls, including Eyemouth and Coburn's Path, Coldingham, around Jedburgh as well, sort of semi-rural, but they are having issues. And I felt that they were excluded in the initial conversations, considering that it was a year ago that I had a meeting with them in Eyemouth to discuss the problems of gulls and the lack of management that support that they had. And so when everything was focused on the Elgin area, I believe that the community felt excluded. But if I look at the funding aspect, I did an FOI recently to ask the specifics of the funding, and the answers that were sent back to me from the Scottish Government were that the arrangements for the administration of the fund, which is obviously the final agreed fund is 96,000, will be made available to local authorities to support sustainable gull management measures, are yet to be agreed and still under development. We are aiming to publish details on our website by the end of November 2025. So I'm not sure if that has been done because I haven't checked that. But if those details are available, that I'd be very happy to hear them from the Minister. But also, I'm really concerned that at the summit, the budget for the final agreed amount for local authorities was for this financial year only. Gulls don't just breed in one season. I mean, there's no confirmed budget beyond now for 2026-27. I find that very concerning. Amendment 263 introduces a review of Nature Scot's licensing functions regarding the management of gulls and requires ministers to make an annual statement on the number of licences issued. Aggressive gulls are a serious problem, as the Minister knows, and persistent problems in towns like, I haven't even mentioned Coldstream. Coldstream has an issue with persistent and serious problems with safety to residents because of gulls. I've been working with these local residents, just like my colleague Douglas Ross, and I've been working with businesses who've raised concerns about the impact on tourism, but predominantly around public safety to visitors to the areas. In Eyemouth alone, we've seen children attacked. One girl had injuries to her scalp and blood running down her face. Businesses have told me, and I quote, that customers have been scared, attacked and traumatised, even with individuals from businesses offering refunds for meals or for food or whatever it might be. They have, the public have said that they're too worried about coming back. It was too traumatising. And despite acknowledging that aggressive gulls are a health and safety issue, Nature Scott's licensing process, it does remain bureaucratic and it does remain inconsistent. Local businesses, again, I will quote, have called it soul-destroying. And earlier this year, Nature Scott refused to grant any gull management licences in Eyemouth and even suggested using dogs on rooftops. But with 24 hours after pressure, they U-turned and granted 2 licences and apologised for the way in which those applications were handled. So clearly there is a problem here. Communities need practical and common sense solutions. 262 and 263 look to push for improved action from the Scottish Government to develop a wider strategy for managing urban gull populations and to review how licences are granted, ensuring that we have a fair and consistent approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Hamilton. Any other members? Tim Eagle.
I think that's, Douglas Ross and Rachel Hamilton, I think, have expertly just put across, actually, the concerns with gulls across Scotland. So, I mean, my primary reason for coming in is really just to support them in that. But also, I mean, Douglas Ross mentioned Councillor John Divers, who I know well, having served with him on Murray Council for 5 years. But I can remember speaking about this issue in 2017, 2018, 2019, and onwards. Every single year this came up. Every single year this is an issue. Clearly, it's an issue in Rachel Hamilton's patch at the opposite end of the country from me. Clearly, this is an issue. Absolutely.
I also want to put on record that it's a significant problem in my constituency of Galloway West and Fries, where we actually have post office workers not able to deliver mail at certain times of the year. And there was a campaign by Councillor Pauline Drysdale for Cucubry, where residents were actually scared to leave their homes, and that particularly affected those who had mobility issues. So this is an issue right across Scotland, and some interventions by local authorities simply has not been enough, and that has sometimes been a result of being unable to obtain the proper licensing.
Well, I think that's the point. I was just about to say that what we have done is, I mean, Common Good Funds have put money in the pot for this, as have community councils put money into the pot for this. I know of individual people that have actually businesses that have put up money in town centres to try and solve this problem. Communities across Scotland, I know certainly in Murray, have done huge amounts of preventative work. They've tried to put more bins on the street. They've tried to do everything. What we need now is help from Nature Scott. What we need is a change, this government to take some action. And actually, this can't go on for many more years. So I just fully support what yourself and what convener and Rachel Hamilton and Douglas Ross are saying.
Thank you, Mr Eagle. Minister.
Okay, thank you, convener. So I'm just going to go back to the point that, the very last point that, that Tim Eagle made there, that the government needs to take action. When I was made Minister, I was made aware of this issue by Fergus Ewing and Douglas Ross immediately. I took action to take a call from both these members and deal with the immediate problems that were there at that time. I took the appropriate action at that time. The area-wide licence was granted. Since then, we've had the various debates and statements. We have a strategic action plan where there will be regional roundtables that will start in January. The dates are now set. There was concern that we'd only had one summit up in Inverness. I said at the time that would be the start of the process. We will now have one in Fraserburgh, Eyemouth, Dumfries and Irvine. Completion of those should be by the end of January. We're funding the gull management plans, but bear in mind local authorities have the responsibility to fund their own environmental issues. So this fund is in addition to their own funding. We're raising a national awareness campaign with resources being developed right now as we speak, with a clear message about how to manage gulls and for people, how they manage themselves around gulls. We are doing a gull population data methodology for national and urban gull survey. Is being currently advanced at this stage. We're looking at best practice, intervention measures, waste management, focus on deterrence, infrastructure prevention, effective waste and control. That's happening as we speak. And the National Gull Forum will be established in the first part of 2026. So what I'm trying to say is, the issue has been raised with me as the Minister, and I'm taking it very, very seriously. But that cannot be the limiting point. We have to remember that there are species which are protected, and therefore their protection should stay in place. I'll take your brief intervention.
Just on Douglas Ross's amendments, though, why not? Because no matter, it's great that you're going out and speaking to communities, but ultimately it would be better if the powers were in the hands of local authorities, the licensing functions in the hands of local authorities, rather than with Nature Scott. So why not make that move now?
I will come on to all of the amendments that have been raised with me, and OK, before I start the amendments.
Just on the point that I made there about the arrangements for the administration of the fund to support gull management measures, has that been completed, the development of that, and the how it will be administered and then given to the local authorities?
I don't have the information in front of me, but I will make sure that officials write to the member to give her that information once she has it. Yep.
Just before he moves on from what the Scottish Government have done, and I accept he acted very quickly. I remember the call we had with him. I think he's been up in Inverness that day. And
was actually sitting in a lay-by at the time of the conversation.
Exactly. So he took it very seriously, and there have clearly been a lot of issues raised since then. But one of the requests is that the Scottish Government change the licensing arrangements for the 2026 nesting season, reverting to the pre-2024 guidance. So there was that change, which we discussed with him. Is that not an option? Now, it wasn't ideal. It didn't answer all of the problems, but it was a better year before Nature Scott unilaterally then changed it. Could we not go back to that? That would be a positive move by this government and this minister.
Under the legislation that currently stands, no, they can't, because they have to. I can't remember the exact word, and perhaps it's not as set out in the Act. We can't revert to what what was being done previously, because the Act itself for the protection did not allow it, and so that's why they had to change the approach that they took.
Because they did it. It did allow it. They were working in that way. So were Nature Scott then going rogue and working illegally?
No, what they were doing before was that they have to be issued on the basis of health and safety rather than nuisance. And what was happening previously was that health and safety and nuisance were being conflated. Yeah.
Because when I spoke to businesses who had applied for their licences and then were subsequently refused, they said that Nature Scott had asked them for clear evidence that there was a safety issue because of the gulls. Now, can you imagine, put yourself in the shoes of these people who are applying for licences? They don't have the evidence other than the previous year, because the gulls are not demonstrating that. But however, they still have to get their seagulls in a row. I was going to say ducks, but get their ducks in a row and prepare for the season ahead. Because it's not fair on businesses and visitors to be put in a position of compromising their safety, and then that evidence of that, the damage or the attacks cannot be provided after the application of the licence application. So it's almost they're putting the cart before the horse. It's not in the right order.
So, before we haven't even started talking about the individual amendments, but we will get to it, I'm quite sure. The strategic action plan that I've just laid out will pick up all of the points that the member has just made. And again, on all of these issues, I'm more than happy to talk to anybody about what solutions they want to bring forward, and we will feed that into this strategic action plan on how we go forward. So that there is nothing that I'm not prepared to discuss. But I'm not going to accept the amendments that have been brought into this bill at this stage, and I'll go through the reasons as to why. But I'm more than happy to discuss with any member how we make this work going forward.
to that offer from the Minister. But then can I just discuss the point he mentioned a couple of minutes ago? Is he telling Parliament that Nature Scott illegally issued licences pre-2024? And if so, what action was taken? And if there was no action taken, why can they not use powers that they used pre-2024 for this year's breeding season?
No, they haven't been acting illegally. They have clarified that nuisance is not the same as health and safety.
But if they were allowed to do it pre-2024 and the Minister's just put on record that was not illegal for them to do it, why could they not continue to do that into the 2026 nesting season?
Because nuisance and health and safety are two entirely different things.
But they were allowed to do it before, and they didn't breach any laws, because you've just said that on the record. So why would they wouldn't be breaching any laws if they were to take that approach in 2026, which is being called for by Nairn and Inverness bids, by Bruce Robertson and others?
Because I also said out in the chamber that the mass reduction and removal of eggs, nests and chicks is not the appropriate way to go. We've got to take a much more holistic approach to how we're going to manage and live with gulls as we go forward. And that is the position that I'm going to take, that we will absolutely take seriously all the issues that people have raised, all the points that Rachel Hamilton, Tim Eagle and yourself have all raised about the concerns that people have. I don't diminish them in any way, shape or form, but that should not be at the expense of the status of some of these gulls whose numbers have crashed. I accept also that we do not have the data, which is why in the gull population, the gull survey is currently being advanced. There is a task force in scrutiny and evidence about how we're going to take this stuff forward. So I'm just trying to get the committee to understand this is not something that we are taking lightly by any stretch of the imagination, but it should not be at the expense of a bird that is in decline, massive decline in some areas and across some species. So therefore, when we talk about individual gulls, what are we talking about? Is it hern gulls? Is it little gulls? What are we talking about? So these amendments, I'm not going to support them today.
Sorry, just will he give way?
I will, yeah.
Just to finish, this will be my final question on this point. The pre-2024 approach by Nature Scott is the one that garnered most support. Is the Minister saying he does not support it? He did not like the one that it suits best the organisations that are applying for these licences?
What I'm saying is that given the attention that yourself and Mr Ewing have brought to this, it's now very much on my radar. I will look at everything within the strategic action that we have here, and we will start to come up with solutions that I hope will find the communities who are being affected, to give them the right kind of solutions that they can live with, but does not have massive effects on the gull populations. I will, yeah.
So on the 27th of August, the Minister replied to a question that I asked his office, which was to ask the Scottish Government whether it has assessed how effective current legislation is regarding the management...
Sorry, Ms Hamilton, could you... Sorry, I can't hear you
to ask the
properly.
Scottish Government whether it has assessed how effective current legislation is regarding the management of seagulls in relation to any public health and safety concerns. Now, considering this is something that the government give to it's a function that they give to Nature Scott to deliver, and this is the reason that licences are issued, I then had a reply from your office that said, the Scottish Government has not formally assessed how effective current legislation is regarding the management of gulls in relation to any public health and safety concerns. So this is why Douglas Ross and I have brought forward these amendments, because if the government don't know, how the management of gulls is being delivered through the lens of health and safety, then how can businesses and anyone else understand it if we don't make changes?
Well, we don't need legislation to do that. As I've already stated, the issue was brought to my door. I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it as quickly and as efficiently as I possibly can. There are complex issues that we're going to have to deal with around populations, where they are and how they're living. And that is what this action plan, the strategic action plan, is there to start looking into, and how we get to the solutions. So, again, I can only reiterate, I take on board all of the concerns that members have raised, and I'm more than happy to continue to work with it. And if there are individual points that the members want to bring to me, more than happy to have a look at that as well. But I cannot support these amendments today on the basis that there are a number of reasons why I'm not going to support these amendments. But if they are pressed, I'd ask the committee not to support them, but be assured that I'm continuing to work to make sure we find solutions for the problems that people are having with them. I will indeed.
If he's finishing, because I get the impression he's not going to go through his reasons for not supporting them. But can I then at least ask, I mean, he's taken a very wedded view to Nature Scot, which I fundamentally disagree with, and I think they need to be stripped of this function. But if he's sticking to that, I could at least understand it. What is wrong with asking for an annual survey of the gull populations in coastal and urban communities? He may say it's in his plan, therefore there's no problem with passing that amendment to make sure it happens.
The annual survey, but sorry, I can't go through all of this again. I need to read the whole thing out to get the clarity in my own head to deliver that to the committee. In terms of doing an annual survey, we need to, it's not just an annual survey. You can't get an annual survey because you've got wintering birds, you've got different species. We don't have the time or the resource to be able to do an annual survey because that is going to be taking time away from the ability to actually carry out the functions of Nature Scot in its other purposes. So there is no need for an annual survey. It's very difficult to do, but we are working to work out how we get that population data, and as we get the methodology worked out, then we will make sure that we've got accurate numbers, or as accurate as we can possibly be with the figures that we're looking for.
So how do you get numbers without doing a survey?
I didn't say we're not doing a survey. You asked for an annual survey. So we need to work out...
You're just going to do one on one day and then that's it?
No, I think... Convener, I see your impatience. Are you prepared to allow me to continue?
I'm allowed to continue, but again, I don't want to get this into a back and forward discussion. Minister, at the moment you're speaking to the amendments, Mr Ross, you'll have the opportunity to come in and wind up. I think we've probably expended enough time in this. If we could just get down to some of the details, and happy for you to respond to Mr Ross and then conclude.
Okay, I'll respond by saying that we have ongoing work. As I've straight out in the Strategic Action Plan, there's an awful lot of work going on. I am absolutely committed to making sure that Nature Scot carry out their functions as they are required to do by the Scottish Government, with the expectation that they're doing it in such a way as that it protects the gulls that they're actually licensing for, but at the same time takes account of the issues that people are raising with them. And as I hope that I've already demonstrated to Mr Ross that I'm prepared to intervene when that is absolutely necessary. But I don't support these amendments and I ask the committee not to support them.
Thank you, Minister. Douglas Ross to wind up and press or withdraw amendments.
Thank you very much, Convener, and can I thank you and the committee for your indulgence over this issue. It is one that clearly I've been very passionate about for some time, but as I said in my opening remarks, I think it is one that needs to be debated because despite, and I give credit to the Minister for the work he has done, he and I don't agree on very much, but I will accept that he has tried in this area, but I think he needs to go further. And I will not and cannot get past this point that Nature Scot have a conflict of interest that they will never ever be able to resolve, and the fact that they were even coming up with ludicrous decisions on licences in the Minister's own words should be enough for the Minister to support this suite of amendments. I'll give way.
Yeah, and I'm making this point purely on the basis that I absolutely agreed that some of the responses that came back to members of the public and people who were applying for licences were absolutely ludicrous, no dispute. But that was on the basis of one or two responses over the hundreds and hundreds of licence applications that were made. So I just dispute the fact that Mr Ross is characterising the organisation as being incompetent. It's far from being incompetent. And it has to take account of all of the issues, not just that individual's experience at that time.
Okay, I disagree. I think they are incompetent. I think the leadership of Nature Scot is one that should not be in charge of an organisation like that. That's my personal view, and he takes a different view. I would take exception to what he's saying. This is one or two examples. These are one or two examples that enter the public domain. For example, it was the bids in Inverness and Nairn that told me about people being told to use umbrellas to protect themselves going in and out of the shops. It was Rachel Hamilton taking the issue about dogs being told to be put up on roofs to deter. I will in 1 second if I can. But there's an awful lot of applications that are also rejected, that people are frustrated. And I've had some in Murray who've come to me to say, this is ludicrous, but they will not put that in the public domain because they need to go back to Nature Scot to get other applications determined. And there is a fear out there that if people speak out, that will also have an implication on future applications. So that's why maybe we are not hearing as many of these cases. But I would urge the Minister to not believe that 2 or 3 examples are the maximum number of people that are complaining. There are far more out there, but they're worried about the adverse consequences of speaking out. I'll give way to the Minister.
My very final point, Convener. In terms of the point that Rachel Hamilton made about Nature Scot telling people to put dogs up on roofs, they didn't. My understanding of that was that that was for ground nesting birds that were causing a problem, that it was dogs that were on the ground. So there is a problem here because the member has very effectively made this a public issue. He's had a lot of coverage on it. Therefore, there's lots of stuff has been said. And urban myths start to spring up out of those circumstances, and that is one example. There was no dogs told to be put on roofs, they were on the ground, and I think it's just making sure we've got that clarity before we start saying that everything is a disaster, because it's not.
Well, I know the answer to this is different to what the Minister's just said, so I'll give way to Rachel Hamilton.
Thank you to Douglas Ross for giving way. I had a copy of the letter that was of the explanation of the denial of the application to the licence, which had been applied to by a business on the harbour in Eyemouth. And they stated that the individual was being denied the licence and could use dogs to deter gulls. Now, if Nature Scot had looked at the licence properly, they would have understood that at that point there were no ground nesting gulls in Eyemouth in the application, and therefore the issue was on the roofs. So the applicant being denied the licence is looking at the reasons to which Nature Scot denied that licence and would understandably connect the two between dogs on roofs, you know, spaniels on scaffolding and all the rest of it, because there were no ground nesting birds at the time. And this is the whole reason that we've brought these amendments forward, because Nature Scot are not understanding the situation.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I remember Rachel Hamilton making that point to the Minister in the Chamber. But even if you didn't agree with that one, the Minister has already said there were other ludicrous examples. And this is an organisation, if he doesn't believe they told people to put dogs up on roofs, he has accepted they told people to hire a cherry picker to go up and take a picture of a nest with the newspaper. I made the analogy to him. It was like you see in a bit in a film where a hostage is proving they're still alive by showing they've got that day's paper. That's what they were asking. This isn't made up. That's not, exaggerating things. That is a ludicrous approach that Nature Scot have been taking. And the Minister didn't comment on it today, but we've also got to look at what they're currently suggesting. They're still telling people that you can't control the nests around your shops, but you can tell people to use an umbrella to walk into them. They're still telling, and I believe supported by this Minister, and I'll give way if he wants to disagree, they are still telling people to walk down the high streets and wave their arms to deter the birds. They're still telling people, it came out of the summit, to draw googly eyes on pizza boxes and takeaway boxes to stop the birds coming down. I'll give way to the Minister.
I do apologise, Convener, but this is just ludicrous itself. What was done in the summit was there were various experimental things that were put forward as saying, yes, this was tried, sometimes this was effective. And it was why it was supposed to be a closed-door discussion, so that we didn't have this kind of pantomime where what we're getting is unfinished decision-making put out into the public domain as being the thing that is going to happen. And I'm sorry, I get that Mr Ross is very passionate about this. But if we're going to have reasoned, proper discussions and debates and find solutions, then I suggest that we can do that. And I've made that offer to both of the members and Mr Eagle if he wants to do it. But let's try and keep some focus on what it is that we're trying to do. But to sit here and to continue to reiterate the arguments that were made during the statement, to try to denigrate an organisation which is doing a very difficult job in very difficult circumstances, and at the same time try to turn this into some kind of show is just ludicrous. So I'd ask Mr Ross to just give us some time to go through the process. He's already accepted that I take it very seriously. I'm working very hard to try and find the solutions. So let's find the solutions without this.
I'm just conscious that we're at risk of repeating some of the statements that were made earlier on, and I can understand the reasoning for doing that to make your point very clear. But I would ask you to start to wind up and press or withdraw the amendment.
I will, Convener. But just to respond to that final point, this isn't about it being a show. I did think it was very telling there that the Minister said the reason he wanted to keep the press, the public and politicians out of his summit was so, you know, these weird suggestions were kept private.
Right.
He says experimental.
Okay.
I'll say weird. Were kept private and were kept out of the public domain. They deserve to be in the public domain because these are ideas coming forward by an organisation I do not deem suitable to determine these licences going forward, which is why I would seek support for Amendments 257, 258 and 259. Amendment 260 is one that I think we should be supporting to find out how much money is being spent by local authorities. Rachel Hamilton said in her submission she doesn't know about future funding. My understanding is £100,000 as a one-off. The government, it's a token fund, and that money will then not continue going forward. But we need to know how much local authorities are spending. And my final amendment, which I think there will be some support, if not from the government members, is to just work out how many of these birds there are in different parts of the country. As I said in my submission opening this debate, if the RSPB think we can and should get these bird numbers, why do the SNP Scottish Government? So I would urge members to support these the suite of amendments and Amendments 262 and 263 in Rachel Hamilton's name, and I press Amendment 257, Convener.
Thank you, Mr Ross. The question is that Amendment 257 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those opposed? Those members abstaining? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 6 against and 1 abstention. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 258 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with Amendment 257. Douglas Ross to move or not move? That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 259 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with Amendment 257. Douglas Ross to move or not move?
Not move.
That's not moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 260 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with Amendment 257. Douglas Ross to move or not move?
A move, Convener.
So the question is that Amendment 260 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 3 for, 5 against, 1 abstention. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 261 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with Amendment 257. Douglas Ross to move or not move?
Move, Convener.
The question is that Amendment 261 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. Excuse me, there will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 4 for, 4 against and 1 abstention. I therefore cast my vote for the motion. So the amendment has therefore been agreed. I call Amendment 262 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, already debated with Amendment 257. Rachel Hamilton to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 262 is agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 4 for, 5 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. Excuse me. I call Amendment 263 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, already debated with Amendment 257. Rachel Hamilton to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 263 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members wishing to oppose? Those members abstaining? And the result of the vote is 3 for, 6 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 264 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with Amendment 17. Douglas Ross, to move or not move?
Move, Convener.
The question is that Amendment 264 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members wishing to oppose? Those members abstaining? The result of the vote is 3 for, 5 against and 1 abstention. The amendment therefore has not been agreed. I call Amendment 265 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 17. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 266 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 17. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 267 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 54. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 267 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposing? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 268 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 54. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 268 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. And at this point, I wish to suspend the meeting to resume at 6 p.m. this evening. I suspend the meeting.